Hello, everyone, and welcome to Gilt and Fanfare Online. Sorry that the online schedule has us starting at 5:30, which is when we have DJ Osno coming in to talk, and the schedule on sked.org. Oh, this is what I love about doing live streams, that every time I do one, I learn something new, such as it's a good time to turn off my phone. Everyone has become terribly excited just before the show starts, which is lovely, and also leaves me sort of making sure that everyone can get into the stream properly, and also trying to put my phone down. My name is Jeff Mack, impresario, presenter, event coordinator, Dark Lord, and author, and I will be one of your hosts. And one moment. DJ Osno is in fact just checking for a login link. So this is my second time ever using StreamYard for a live show. And, I have been doing live in-person shows for 25 years now, 26. And it's something new and something different every time. And the process of doing a live in-person show has all the fascinating stuff you would imagine. If you've ever been behind the scenes of some form of in-person entertainment, it gets terribly interesting and often extremely complicated. Doing live streams, you would figure that after a couple of months of everyone being in quarantine, that people would be used to doing live streams, but with the exception of those who just do live streams all the time, it is amazing how many interesting factors there are to coordinate, and with different people using all kinds of different software. I have the same situation when I'm calling into other people's live streams. Some people need you to sign into Twitch. Some people need you to sign into a particular sort of event software. I like StreamYard because it just means sending people a link, but the complication is that many people are often looking for something more complicated because most other programs use something more complicated. So I have this sort of last-minute runaround thing, which is honestly, this is sort of like the process of watching the last half hour before an event, and honestly, probably the first half hour of most events anyway, just that usually people are starting to stream into the event and see what's going on. So the half an hour where people are running around saying, do I have the right time on my stage? Do I have all the right stuff on my stage? Stuff that always happens at even the best organized shows. Much of that goes unnoticed because the things that you remember the last 30 seconds, do I have my car keys? Am I wearing a shirt? Did I remember to attach my pineal gland this morning? All of that happens live and in person. And checking in is this coming in better on Facebook or YouTube or anything? Checking in with people who are watching, because I see that people are seeing the show. How is the sound? Sound working? Everything sound fine on your end? Everything working for you guys? Give me just a moment while I send a login link to make sure that DJ Osno has his invite ready. Oh, I believe that popping sound is the one and only DJ Osno. Let me add that fine fellow to the stream. Here we go.
Hey, how's it
and
going?
Welcome, DJ Osno.
Thanks. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Oh, I can't complain. I was getting ready for our 5:30 talk. I'm excited about it. Just getting prepared. So looks like everything's working good.
If you want another 5 minutes, I can just talk and I can quietly use the magic of StreamYard to put it all back on my face temporarily. If you've got anything you want to do off camera.
Yeah, give me 5 minutes and I'll be ready.
Absolutely.
All right, I'll be right back.
So you guys don't have the pleasure of seeing this, but DJ Osno's normal warm-up preparation is to climb a 35-foot high diving board over a swimming pool filled with piranhas, and then do a triple backflip into that swimming pool, and then fight off all the piranhas, then leave the pool unscathed, dry off very quickly, and then come online. So I have a chance to see this. I'm sorry that you guys don't get a chance to see it, but trust me, it is extremely exciting. So thank you all for coming out. We will be starting the first part, which is our conversation with the world famous DJ Osno, in about 5 minutes now. Please do feel free to invite your friends, to tell your enemies about this. I certainly make sure before every event to let as many of my enemies as possible know that I will be streaming, because, you know, it's only fair to just give everyone the knowledge and information. I was thinking about attempting a quick piece from my book. So those of you who don't know, I have written a couple of books in the name Jeff Mack, spelled M-A-C-H, because somebody at Ellis Island had a weird sense of humor years ago. This is my latest book. It's called I Hate Your Time Machine. It does not show up quite as well on camera as my book right before that, Villains, Villainy, and Villain Punk. But if you look up my name, Jeff Mack, I will come up on Amazon. Let me read you this short piece, which was written for, well, really written to be spoken. And hello to all the wonderful people who've joined us on Facebook and YouTube. Oops, Chelsea is about to come on in. So let me just see. It looks like Chelsea is connected. Let's try adding Chelsea to the stream real quick. Hello, Chelsea. You are on the air.
Hello, Jeff.
No.
My old Dark Lord.
Oh, hail to thee, Chelsea Goodwin. Author, editor, speaker, activist, gamer, nerd, Trekkie, wrestler, host of the radio show In Goth We Trust. I'm just gonna, let's see. Is there actually a way for us to split the screen so it's just you and I while DJ Osno is not around? No, but I can make it slightly more psychedelic. So for those of you who are watching this while you are on some form of, hopefully legal, since we can now say that is legal, some form of hallucinogen, this might be exciting. For those of you who are not watching this on a hallucinogen, this gives you the opportunity to pretend that we are. Think of this as just being sort of like an early Beatles video. Some people are suggesting that the sound quality on YouTube is better, but I don't know, since if I were to try watching this on YouTube at the same time, it would just pick up my microphone, and we would all be very, very sad. Oh, I see a coffee cup, and I see the rest of the world famous Mr. DJ Osno, aka Alfonso Todd.
Yes. How y'all doing today?
Hello, good. Hello and welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I'm gonna see. I don't think StreamYard has a way of zooming in primarily on you. I think you can get either all of us or just you. What would you like? Would you like the full screen, or would you like to share the screen for your talk?
If you all want to share in the conversation, it's awesome. I mean, it's not a problem.
I figure I'll let's start out on you, and then I will just I will pretend that my TV production classes from 1987 are
1987. Okay, that's when we were using the monster big cameras and.
Oh, they were huge cameras.
Yes.
We edited actual videotape.
Yep. That was awesome. So, okay, so basically, Just to let people know, I'll give you a disclaimer that any of the opinions that I say or do or you hear do not reflect those of Jeff Mock or any of the Jeff Mock uh, events or productions. So I'll say that right now. So, don't want to get anybody in trouble.
I am, however, pretty sure you speak for me.
Okay. So basically, what we're going to be talking about today is the magic of adaptation and progression. And when I said that, me and Jeff were talking about it yesterday. When I say magic, a lot of people, they look at it different ways. I mean, you can look at it as spells and incantations, or you can look at it as faith, or you can look at it as the secret, like the book, or you can look at it any way you want. But the bottom line is that I wanted to talk about where we are right now in the world with so many things happening, and how this is something that is basically something that only happens maybe once or twice in a lifetime, where you are actually alive and kicking, and the world has basically come to a complete stop and done a reset. And what I wanted to talk about was basically what are we doing as far as when it comes to adaptation and progression. Because I think the thing is that a lot of times we've talked about this. We've seen situations like this happen on science fiction movies where everything stops, and here you are, you can still move, you can still see, and then people are wondering, well, I know what I would do, but the situation is, what are you doing? Because figuratively, that's exactly what's going on now. Everything is closed, or everything was closed. Everything had stopped. There was a lot of fear in the air. No one was leaving their house. You were basically leaving if you left your house, it was basically when you went into your neighborhood. It was almost like the Twilight Zone. There was nothing. No one was doing anything, anytime, anywhere. So basically, I wanted to figure out what are some of the things that you could be doing right now as everything starts to slowly but surely open up. I'm in Pennsylvania, which is, I know a lot of you all are looking from like different places. I know we've got New Jersey, we've got, if I'm not mistaken, Virginia. We've got people from all over the tri-state area. So I know that when it comes to the laws and the things, we're doing a lot of things similarly, especially when it came to the pandemic and things of that nature. So we've all been in the house, cooped up for the past 2-3 months. We've been trying to figure out what do we do when it comes to our jobs, our children, our overall future. And everybody basically was scared. Everybody was nervous. No one knew. This is something that was very new, a new pandemic. And then here we go with this revolution going on, with the riots going on all over the United States. This is something that's very unprecedented. But we, as a community, when it comes to Ren, cosplay, all of the events, we've also been affected. It's kind of snatched us out of our realm when it comes to the joy that we have in the imagination industry, and it's kind of made us think. And okay, so where do we go now? How do we progress? Now, me personally, again, I saw that this was kind of a once or twice in a lifetime situation. The last time this happened was back in the days when President Obama first came in, and we were going through that. I think that was the second recession of my lifetime, and basically everything was crazy. Industries were disappearing. A lot of people were unemployed. No one knew exactly what to do. So we had the stimulus package. People got on unemployment, and that lasted for a couple of years. And again, the world stopped. People were trying to figure out what to do. Did anyone do what needed to be done? So here we are now in 2020. I wouldn't say similar situation, because it seems they didn't really give people a chance to really breathe. It's only been 2 months, and now everything is basically being cut off. But these have been the longest 2 months, I believe, in a lot of people's lives. Not knowing how this pandemic worked, not knowing how the COVID-19 affected you if you were infected, if you weren't, if your loved ones were infected, afraid to go out and touch people, afraid to even leave your house. And then on top of that, here we go with racial relations, and that just spread like wildfire. Everyone's protesting now over all 50 states, including internationally. And like I said, this has people in a bind. They don't know what to do. And now today, things are starting to open up. Here in Pennsylvania, we are in what we call the yellow phase, meaning that now we can go out. We're not forced to stay at home. We're allowed to, the restaurants are open. The only things that aren't open are like hair salons and I think entertainment venues, gyms, and, things that I guess are very, where a massive amount of people would be there. So those things are still closed, unfortunately. But as far as like the quote unquote normal things like restaurant eating and things of that nature, those are open. So people are slowly but surely getting out into their lives. So I guess, like I said, with this talk, I wanted to find out what do we do? I mean, how do we do? How do we progress? How do we adapt? What are some of the things that we're doing to adapt to move forward in this life? Because I'll be honest with you, there's nothing behind us. We can't go back. Some people have been talking about, well, I can't wait to get back to normal. But the situation is, I don't think, you'll be able to get back to normal. There is no normalcy. We've got to act certain ways. We still have a virus that's rampant. Schools and, businesses are now figuring out that they can, and some are even keeping the situation where they not only can, but are going to continue to be satellite. So more people are working from home. A lot of companies have discovered they can do more with less. So a lot of people are now out of jobs. The government, people are still trying to figure out exactly what are they doing. And then on top of that, like I said, we're in the middle of a revolution, riots, dealing with our race relations. It's on an all-time high. People now are saying we want change. No more police beating and no more killing by police. RIP to Gregory. He's the dude who just was killed by the police last week. They just had a funeral yesterday. So let's start with adaptation. How do we adapt? So one thing that we can do to adapt, I found, is that we need to start thinking a little bit differently. We need to start focusing on getting away from the old ways of doing things. I think that we need to be a little bit more cautious. Let's start with adaptation. We need to be a little bit more cautious with what we do, because I found that, once this virus came and people couldn't go to work, I don't know about you, but I was surprised that there were so many people who were living paycheck to paycheck that a lot of people, it really threw a lot of people off. People couldn't pay their rent, they couldn't pay their mortgage, they couldn't pay their car payments. People were actually needing food. They couldn't afford food anymore. A lot of food banks were going empty because it wasn't just the poor and homeless who you thought were going to need food. It was middle class, higher middle class, because everyone was just a paycheck themselves away from being homeless. So I think that we need to start adapting into saving and being prepared, having that emergency fund. And that's something that's crucial right now. We also need to start looking into being self-sufficient, in my opinion. I know it must be hard when you're working at a job, and whether you like it or not, this pandemic proved that, there's nothing guaranteed. No matter how good you are with your job, how great you think your job is, or how much you hate your job, if something like this happens and the bottom falls out, what do you do? What's your plan B? What can you do? So I think we need to start having these kind of discussions in our families, or even with ourselves. What would I do if for no reason I just lost my job tomorrow? Would I have the skill set to get another one quickly? Am I prepared? Do I have enough saved? These are things that we need to really talk about. And even when it comes to adaptation when it comes to us event coordinators, Jeff Mock, myself, all the people who are in the imagination industry, we've had different events, festivals, conventions, things of that nature that we're so used to automatically doing every year that you couldn't have told us anything like this would knock us off. And in less than 2 weeks when they did it, gone. People weren't coming, vendors falling out, vendors couldn't afford it. They couldn't get their stuff because mail was held up because things were closing down. Even the locations, they were like, I'm sorry, but we've got to shut it down. So we had to now come up with a different way of thinking because, again, we couldn't go with the old ways of doing things because now there's new laws. I think that, I don't know where and like I said, in different states, it's different rules, but here, even though we're getting ready to go into the green status, they told us we still can't have gatherings of more than 250 people. I have been doing like the Lehigh Valley Itzicon for like 6 years. We've never had less than 500. So what do we do? How can we plan this? What kind of action? Again, we have to think about things so that we can adapt. Because again, these changes are coming or they've come, and we don't have the luxury of just stopping and not doing anything. So, like I said, adaptation is definitely key when it comes to, I hate to say it, but to our survival. You'll see that when it comes to any type of species, animal, insect, whatever, they've had to adapt to the environment, or what happens? They die. Now, I'm not saying that we as people will die if we don't adapt, but I do say that you can become obsolete, meaning that you won't be able to keep up with what's going on. You'll get left behind. And basically, it'll probably feel like dying because you won't be able to get to where you need to get to financially. And let's face it, if you can't get to where you are financially, it's kind of like a slow death, especially if you're used to living a certain way or having certain things or, doing for your family, doing with your friends, whatever. So again, we've got to do these things to adapt and get going. Okay, Jeff, I see you. So what do you think about that? I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
I muted my mic.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Can you hear me? Is there feedback?
Okay. No, there's no feedback on this side. And and I'm sorry. You know what? I didn't even introduce myself. You have the personal. I wanted to introduce myself to the other person.
Oh, well, DJ Avno,
Chelsea. I know Chelsea. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to play it like we haven't met each other, but I know Chelsea.
Sure, you're one of my favorite people.
Oh, thank you. So
I have a question for you. Where are you in Pennsylvania right now?
I am in Allentown, the Lehigh Valley. Mm-hmm.
Cool. That's so cool. I'm from that way. I'm from Easton Bethlehem, that area.
Okay, yeah, that's exactly where we are. Yes. Mm-hmm.
So I grew up there. So my question for you is, you addressed the situation that's going on, of course, with the mostly, in spite of the incidents that are breaking out here and there, mostly orderly, peaceful protests that are going on.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on in Allentown? Have you been?
Well, what's going on now here? Again, when we go back to adaptation and progression, because of the things that have been going on in Philly, New York, California, when it came to the riots and the protests, in our area, it's been really peaceful. Even in the little small towns that are known to have problems with, like maybe with white supremacy and stuff, like they have little towns around here that are pockets, and unfortunately, they still have the mentality, like and if you live here, that there's certain towns you definitely don't want to go there after dark. I hate to say it like that, but they still exist. But yeah, even there, they've been doing protests. So there is definitely a shift, and these protests here in the valley, which have been peaceful, we haven't had any issues or anything. They've been nationwide. So that's why I said this was a revolution. They always talked about the revolution will be televised. Well, we're here. We're here. I just don't think people are seeing it. It's one thing to talk about it and use it and quote it and put it in you and laugh about it and whatever. But when you're actually as you might say, in the onus of it, it's kind of hard because you're trying to wrap your mind around it. So that's why I said we are literally in a historic moment right now. You'll be able to tell your kids and your grandkids and your kids' you were here, and I don't think people are recognizing that. I think people are still in shock with everything that's going on between you got pandemic on one side, then you got riots and things on the other. So we kind of
when you say, I'm interested in what you mean by revolution, because I have been thinking, especially today, that the people marching and the demonstrations, that's a physical manifestation of it.
Right.
But the revolution itself seems to me that collectively as a society, we're starting to awaken a little more.
Right.
And the real revolution is inside our own perception of.
I agree with you. And we've been here before. This happened in the '60s before I was done here with Martin Luther King, with the Watts riots, with the Rodney King riots, the riots when it came to Eric, the riots when it came to Sandra Bland. There have been riots that it seems like every 4 years we've had riots, but this is the only one. What makes this one very special is that this is collective. I mean, everyone in like New York or in different parts of different locations, Chicago, whatever, they would have their own situations. And I should stop saying riots because not everybody is rioting. Let me say protest. Everyone has had their protest when it comes to people who've been maimed or killed, whether it was due to police or due to someone with some kind of racist agenda. But now it seems like it caught steam, and now people are having protests just to show solidarity. And when it comes to the revolution or the revolting of it, I think that, like as you stated, the mindset is awakening, because I think that the older generations are now starting to get it and say, well, wow, I might have denied it, but after you look at it on TV, but for so long, it's kind of hard to deny it, And then the new generation, the millennials, even Generation A, which that's what they call like the 8 and 9-year-olds, who now are a whole lot smarter. They see they've got this computer and phone. They're seeing the truth. You can't deny it. This is not something you could tell the kids, get out of the room. This is grown folks. You don't want to. No, they've seen it. It's on their TikTok. It's on their everything. So now they're being involved and they're thinking for themselves and they're seeing what's right, what's wrong, why are things different. So I think collectively the revolution, as you stated, is the awakening not only of the mind, but also the physical, as I said, adaptation, meaning that, all across this nation and even internationally, Paris had hundreds of thousands of people out yesterday for Gregory, you know what I'm saying? For him. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So everyone's coming together. Gregory was he was the apex. And once everybody, came together and they saw this injustice, now the mindset is now becoming one worldwide, saying that we've got to stop this injustice from happening, which is good. I think it's a good thing. It's needed, it's definitely a good thing. What do you think, Jeff? I know you've been quiet over there.
Well, I still am honestly very excited by the way you brought this up as a reset, because a lot of what we've been seeing, I think a lot of what everyone has been seeing, is a certain amount of pure despair. And it was only the other day that I was introduced to the concept of doom scrolling, because I spend the occasional moment on Twitter. And I didn't know that there was a word for it. As someone who's been involved in social media marketing, both for myself and other people for many years, I've watched this increasing pattern of social media throwing more and more painful, difficult things our way because it keeps us very engaged. You don't need to see a conspiracy on the part of social media to see that social media will let some of the things that hurt us most rise to the top, maybe sometimes out of a desire to do good, maybe not, but that the end result is inarguably that we have these social media fields where we just look down our timelines and everything we see makes us feel worse and worse and more helpless. And it would be different if we were feeling informed and saying, that's a terrible thing. and I can go and do something about it. But much of what we see is just, well, there's this terrible thing, and then there's this other terrible thing, and then there's this other terrible thing. What do we do? And the most we seem to have the ability to do, especially with social media, is fight about it or draw very clear lines like you either believe in exactly these things or you are someone who is an enemy for whatever I'm doing.
It's true.
I love the idea that this is a reset, that this is a chance for us to essentially say what kind of world do we want to live in and then try to go out and make that world happen.
Exactly. Chelsea, what do you think?
Well, I'm kind of in a place where I was. I mean, certainly there is. Well, the despair is what causes riots when riots happen.
Mm-hmm.
Back in 1968, and I was alive in 1968.
Oh, yeah, the Watts riots.
Well, I was 65.
Oh, okay, okay.
68, the rioting was primarily in LA, Chicago, Detroit, and New York. And especially when Dr. King was killed,
right,
every city literally caught fire because as long as Dr. King was still alive and when he was still out there marching and leading people, there was still that impetus and an inspiration of the nonviolent resistance message. And when somebody who was perceived as somebody that was trying to bring militant but nonviolent positive change was mowed down like that, that's when the despair set in. And that despair, in too many cases, took the form of burning and rioting.
Right. A lot of I was talking to somebody today, and they were asking, why it seems like us Black people, we do this, and I was trying to explain that, when you're born with the sin of the skin that you're in. I mean, it's not a sin, but unfortunately, there are people who just feel like that. And when every day you're affected by it, no matter what people say about being colorblind, no matter what people say about I don't see color, no matter what people say about any of that, the bottom line is that people do. And people judge just like that. When you walk into a room, you can say, oh, I don't judge. Yes, we all do. It's human nature. It's what we do. And, this is something, melanin is not something that you can wash off. And it's, and it shouldn't be. You should be proud of who you are. And I shouldn't have to worry about, you judging me by the color of my skin. But the bottom line is that, it is what it is. And when you live like that and you wonder why the average Black man only lives to be 60 or 70 because his life expectancy is shorter than most Black women, just the Black race, it's because you're always stressed. When I tell people all the time, when the police get behind me, they're like, why do you tense up like that? I do. It's just, it's something that, we know that run-ins with police can be deadly. And the world knows that. It's been seen time and time again. Hundreds of people have been killed. We can talk names from Eric Garner, Sandra Bland, everybody. And these are yeah, exactly. Yep. And these are only the people that we know. Imagine how many people we've never heard of. Imagine how many people are that it happened to in the secret of the night that we'll never hear, or they just kept it to themselves, or they died and it was their word against the police and they believed the police. Now, I'm not saying that policemen are bad. I'm not saying all policemen are bad or whatever. But what I am saying is that definitely something that's been an issue for centuries, and this is something that basically, like I was telling people, that when you're in a constant rage, James Baldwin said it best about being Black in America means that you're in a constant sense of rage because it's not right, it's not fair when a certain person looks at you a certain way, when a certain person treats you a certain way, when you feel like you've been there's been some sort of injustice, but you feel like you can't really say anything because you don't want to be thought about as that dude using the race card or whatever. It's stress. It's that stress that you go to sleep with. It's that stress that you wake up with, and it never ever goes away. And you don't want to be the dude, oh well, y'all are always using the race card, or hey, you're gonna be that. So what do? You try to live the best way you can with what you have. But then it gets to that point, which is what happened last week, when we saw a dude literally get choked by a man's knee on his neck. The man was begging for his life. They had him apprehended, 4 policemen on him. He was crying for his mom. That's just too much. It's too much. And what happens is that now the kettle, it explodes. And when the kettle explodes, that's when you have these riots, unfortunately. And I'm not saying that the looting and everything that's part of the riot are right, but I am saying that, while a lot of people are focusing on the riots, I wish people would have the same amount of focus on the cause, because everyone's looking at the effect. A lot of people are looking at the effect, but, I wish we could have a lot more emphasis on the cause of it. It's easy to say, well, he shouldn't have been there, he shouldn't have did that, blah, blah, blah. But the reality is that it doesn't matter if he had a counterfeit $20 bill, if there was a mistake, what he did in the past. All that does not matter. All of that should not have ended up in his death, face down on the concrete ground. That's just the reality of it. No one deserves death, not like that. No one deserves it.
I think everyone agrees with that about a million %.
Mm-hmm.
And this is your segment, and forgive me. Unfortunately, StreamYard only lets the host become gigantic, so
no, go ahead. No.
I'll only be gigantic for a moment or two.
No problem.
One of the things I talk about is not, when people spoke about talking about the situation, some people asked about whether or not we should cancel the entire event.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that we wanted to do was have a conversation about this, and one of the only things that I can think about is I don't feel like despair alone. I don't feel like if I'm going to help, you called it the imagination industry. If the imagination industry is going to do something to help, well, if the imagination industry can help, in general, what do you figure the imagination industry can do? I know we often address the imagination industry from the point of view of, for example, representation, which is something that's been talked about since I was in high school.
Yeah, that's
general, how can we empower the imagination industry?
Believe it or not, a lot of people have asked that question, and I think basically we should just, if you're already doing it, keep treating people with respect, keep treating people humanely. It's not really about fundraising and things of all that nature, because that's not what we want. People confuse, or they deflect, or things always say, oh, what do you want? You got this, you got that. No, all we want is respect. We want equal treatment. We want to be treated humanely. That's it. And when it comes to the imagination industry, look at all the changes we've had to go through due to the pandemic and with the rats and stuff like that. When it comes to diversity, I know that there are certain spaces when it comes to cosplay, steampunk, all types of different things that it's very homogenous. It is, and it's not due to anybody's fault. I've been in those spaces. I've come there, and a lot of times I may be the only person of color or the only black person there, and it's okay. I don't make a big deal out of that. I think that sometimes people have to see one person there in order for them to see, hey, that looks fun. That's why I created Lehigh Valley Itzicon, because I wanted people to see that this cosplay, steampunk, magic, whatever we're doing, Ren fairs, is not only just for quote unquote white people, because that's what a lot of people think. They're like, I don't know about that, dressing up like that. but we've started seeing more and more over the past, would you say, what, about 5-6 years? A lot more people have been, people of color have started doing a lot more cosplay and really getting into the mix. I've seen that. I mean, what about you, Chelsea? Have you seen more as you've been going to different events?
I believe I have. I believe part of it, and I think it's been a positive change. And I don't want to put myself, obviously, as claiming any experience of the direct experience of what it is to be Black, but I know what it is to be trans.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I mean, I'm also aware that this is supposed to be Pride weekend, and this is our Pride month, and this is the first time since 1970 that we haven't had Pride parades in our major cities because of the pandemic.
Right.
And now one of the things that's been going on in conjunction with the protests is most gay bars have become emergency first aid stations for wounded protesters.
That's good. That's awesome.
And that has led to and it's ironic. I used to have Sylvia Rivera, who was one of a Puerto Rican trans person, who was one of the people that was in the very beginning of the Stonewall Rebellion in 1999, living in my house for the last 5 years of her life.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So I feel a strong connection to that, direct connection to that history. And, and the police have been responding by raiding the gay bars and destroying medical supplies and beating up people, and that kind of thing has been going on, which is why I think it's all the more important that we have more people of color, more LGBT people, more women.
You know what? I just had an idea. Jeff, you were saying, what can we do as the imagination industry?
We need the character.
Do you think
in order for us to cosplay people of color to cosplay people, LGBT people, what we're starting to get, but it's still not where it should be, but it's getting there.
Yeah, it's getting there.
Characters that are like us that we can cosplay.
Right. I was going to say, do you think, Jeff, maybe we should start having more types of panel, maybe more discussion? Remember years ago, there was a big issue because they were saying cosplay is not consent. There was a lot of women being, unfortunately, they were being molested or stalked in a lot of the conventions, the bigger conventions, and so they started doing panels, putting that information. So do you think, you were asking, like, well, what can, as far as the imagination industry, do in order to, maybe we can start getting the word out as far as doing different panels when it comes to diversity? I know it's not a topic. I've been in those rooms, and I know it makes people uncomfortable, especially in the cosplay world, because they're like, let's face it, when you start talking about, look at the uproar when you talk about a Black Superman or Black Spider. It makes people uncomfortable because they're like, that's not the way it was, and that's what we want. And I understand that, but at the same time, these are still discussions that aren't going to go away. And it would only make, and like I said, it shouldn't just, as you were saying, Rachel, we should talk about trans, the LGBTQ. I know I'm missing the letter IA.
LGBTQPIA.
Okay. I mean, there are so many, when it comes to diversity, there are so many conversations, in my opinion, that need to be had, which will not take away. It won't take away from the imagination industry when it comes to the conventions and festivals. If anything, it'll add to it, and it'll give people voices, and it'll give people an opportunity to talk. And I know that if I'm not mistaken, what I really like, you had at the first Evil Expo, you had a young woman there who was talking about the cosplay experience, and she touched on a lot of different things that she had experienced and that was going on when it came to the conventions, both good, bad, ugly, but it was all good. And maybe we could have more information like that, more panel discussions, I don't know. I think it's something that would bring the conversation out so that at least, if nothing else, people could have the choice to go and at least talk, because that's what that's what these these panels are about, letting people come together, talk about their experiences, learn something. So maybe if we took maybe one or two panels and offered those type of conversations when it came to diversity, and it would make people feel a whole lot more comfortable, meaning that, oh, okay, this person is just like me and they had the same experience. I feel good. I'm going to definitely come back and I'm going to bring my friends, and we're going to definitely come together. And then that way, we don't have these misconceptions, because there are misconceptions on both sides, in my opinion. What do you think, Jeff?
I agree with that. I was actually gonna ask your opinion on something that seems to be controversial on at least some of the social media that I'm hanging around on,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say something that is just very candid. That
Mm-hmm.
I think it is absolutely important to create more space for those diverse voices. I'm going to also say that the phrase "diverse voices" has sometimes been used to capitalize on the idea as opposed to really making space for people. Let me just give an example of something I think is very well intentioned. So one of the things that I see is a call for people who are not marginalized to step all the way back and let, just for example, in parts of fandom, to step all the way back and let people who are marginalized speak because they haven't had a chance to speak, and without commenting on whether or not that's right myself, I'm going to say that one of the things that I believe happens in some fandoms is that if people aren't careful with the message, of we want voices who haven't spoken to be able to speak, but not necessarily we want to drown out other voices. And I understand very strongly the argument that some voices have been drowned out. It's time to give them a bigger voice. And that might be absolute justice. It might not.
Mm-hmm.
But it does have the effect of having some people who are not against diversity, who want to hear those voices, quietly just back out of the room, not just because they're just uncomfortable. Like, we think about the people who are uncomfortable with conversations on diversity as being against diversity, whereas sometimes it's just people who say, maybe I shouldn't be talking. If I shouldn't be talking, I'm not even sure what I should be doing here. And they fade out.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. That, you know what, Jeff, you're right. That's a good point. So I guess when it comes to situations like that, because I agree with you. I was just talking to someone about that the other day. It's like the term Black Lives Matter. All right. So when I say the term Black Lives Matter, for me it means, okay, we're not saying that other lives don't matter. We're not even saying that that other people don't matter. We're just saying that at this point in time, we're pushing Black Lives Matter because the situations that have been occurring when it comes to the police, and I can't speak for Asian, I can't speak for Indian, I can't speak for anyone else except African Americans or Black people. So when we say that and we say Black Lives Matter, we're not slighting anybody. We're just saying that at this point, where we're protesting is we're talking about the Black lives that have been snuffed out. But I do know that a lot of people do sometimes feel slighted, and then that's when you came in with all lives matter, or we all, we're all human, blah, and all this other stuff. And I'm like, I understand that, but unfortunately, you don't mean to slight, and unfortunately, you can't control the way people feel. No matter what you do, you can't control them. People are going to feel the way they feel due to their experiences, due to their teachings, due to where they're from or who they want to be, and so you can try to accommodate, but at the same time, all you can do is just put it out there. At least you're giving the opportunity for people to have the conversation. If they feel, it's like any other panel, if they feel like this is something for them, they'll go. If they don't, they won't. But at least if you offer I would rather offer the opportunity and only 2 or 3 people show up than to not offer it at all because I'm afraid of slighting someone and then and I think that's what happens a lot. A lot of people would rather not give the opportunity because they're afraid of hurting someone's feelings or getting too deep, or I don't want to turn this into a black thing. I don't want to turn this into a race thing. And the bottom line is that, we can talk about everything happening in the real world all we want, but it also happens in the cosplay, steampunk, all the genre. It happens in there too. But sometimes people, those are the conversations that people don't want to have. And, I've been in rooms and on Facebook where they start talking about it. And some people, they get really upset. They're like, hey, we're not racist. We're not this. We're very diverse. But then when you see a group picture, there's nobody to be found. So I'm like, what you gonna do? So it's gonna be uncomfortable, man. And remember what I was saying. This is the reset button. Adaptation and progression. This is the progression part about it. This is the part where we have to progress. As they say, there's always pain and progression. Nope, if there's no pain, there's no progress. So if you're going to be uncomfortable, if it's going to make you feel kind of oozy or whatever like that, it's good. Then maybe you really do need to be there to see, why am I feeling this way? Or you don't go, but allow people at least to have the opportunity to go in and speak on it. Because I tell people, you'd be surprised on, about how many people really have something to say, or what experiences. I think it would only make your con or your festival or your event better, because you may be doing something that you don't know, that could be, added to it, because we have Itzicon. When I did that, I wanted it. That's why it was called It's, because I wanted everyone to come through. I didn't realize that we were so separated where there are black cons, black only. And when I saw that, I was like, whoa, okay. Because when I talked to people, they said because they don't feel like there's any space in the main one. You understand what I'm saying? So they felt like they had to create something of their own, and which they've done. So I'm like, I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with the black owned or because they don't discriminate. They don't say that, well, it's only for black people to come, or it's only for black businesses or black characters. They just made it because there was a huge black following that didn't feel like they were welcome at the mainstream cons. So if you have a mainstream con, then why is that? What can we do to make it more accommodating? Because bottom line is that you're cutting into your bottom line. You're cutting into your bottom line when you're not trying to accommodate people, or if they're not feeling comfortable to come to your location. So, what do you think, Rachel? Because I know you're talking from the here we go, LB. Say it again,
LGBT.
Okay, LBGT. Well, okay. Now, what would you like to add to that?
Well, I was thinking about what you were saying, and I agree with you about the panels. And DefMac events have always had trans panels, LGBT panels. We try to be good about that. Mm-hmm. But how important do you think it is that we see minority diverse? I'm using minority in the broadest sense because I'm trying to include everybody. That
right, of course. Mm-hmm.
To have characters in our movies, on our TV shows, in our comic books, and so forth, and to have ourselves represented on stage as musicians, as writers, performers, apart from being there to talk about our identities, to be.
I think it's very important. I don't think. We've seen for the past couple of years, from different TV shows to different. You saw how Marvel definitely tried to diversify with the. It kind of threw a lot of different nationalities. Some people hated it. Some people loved it, depending on who you were. It's very important because what happens is that people want to see themselves. People want to see themselves in different characters. No matter what anybody says, they want to see or be represented, even in the imagination industry. You know, they want to see that. I know that when I started my character, the General T. Osmofla in steampunk, people were like, "Whoa, we've never seen this before." And I had a lot of Black people say, "Wow, I didn't," you know, because they say it's very rare in the steampunk industry, not only to see quote unquote a Black person, you know, in the mix, but to be the main character and everything. And then when I created my graphic novel, a lot of people were like, "Thank you," because they didn't feel like, you know, there's no, you don't really look into any, you can't pick up like a steampunk book or a steampunk anything and see any type of, you know, characters or anything. So I think the representation when it comes, like you said, to writers, actors, comic images, whatever, yeah, it's very, very important. People want to see themselves. Not only do they want to see, but they don't want to see themselves in just minor roles. They want to see themselves in major roles. You know, I mean, it's in 2020, 2021, you know, we are definitely evolving into a very diverse community, world community, no doubt about it. I mean, literally every shape, color, nationality. I mean, we're all just like literally one melting pot. We talked about the melting pot back in the 80s and 90s. Well, here we are. It literally is becoming a melting pot when it comes to everything and anything. And the internet only made it that much smaller because now we see what everyone's doing. We see how they're living. We see what they're doing. We see how they're talking. So we're all coming together and realizing that we're not so different after all. You know. In my opinion, Rachel, I think it's very important. Yeah, it's very important that we do that. We allow people to come into the. We go into their rooms and they come, and we allow them into our rooms to be represented. What do you think, Jeff?
Well, first off, I was thinking about the after party we had at Evil Expo, which was a lot of fun, and I hope that we both get invited to the same party again after the next Evil Expo because I really enjoyed having you at the party.
Yeah, that was great.
I was glad I was there. Shout out to Team Robbie and Co. I'm not sure how many people want their names listed as it was a bit of a fun party. Two questions that I'd like to throw your way. We got about 10 minutes left.
Mm-hmm.
First one's going to be very simple, which is if people want your comic, what is the name of your comic? How would they find it?
It's called The Adventures of General T. Osmofla, chapters 1 and 2. It's the very first graphic novel. It's been out for about 4 or 5 years, but it's still being sold. They can actually get in contact. They can go onto Facebook and go to General T. Osmofla, or you can go to me, Alfonso Todd, and just request that you want to get a comic, and I'll send it directly to you. You can go to General T. Osmofla or Friends of General T. Osmofla, and you can go in and you'll see the characters, and you also see some new things that we're putting up. The comic it's only $10, you know, without shipping and handling, but it's a really good read. We've had a lot of different people. I just sent one up to Canada a couple of weeks ago. So we've got people internationally who are loving the comic. Very good story. We enjoy it. Yeah, people.
Can we get that up as a banner, Jeff?
I want to make sure that I got Osmofla spelled properly.
It's out. You know, just a quick. It's Alfonso spelled backwards.
You think that I can spell Alfonso backwards while I'm also talking?
It's Alfonso OSNO. It's just my name spelled backwards. Alfonso Osmofla.
I will put that up. Now, with only a short time, I don't want to get too controversial, but one of the things that we've seen a little bit, and this is not to call any specific event out whatsoever, just to say that sometimes some of the events that talk about prioritizing diversity don't seem to actually have diversity.
Right.
Why do you think that is?
Well, it's because you can talk about diversity all day, but if you don't talk to the actual diverse people, then it's all for nothing. a lot of people use the term about diversity like a punchline, unfortunately. They love to use the term diversity if they think it's going to bring money or some grants or whatever, because diversity has been like the key word now, or the, for a while. And it's unfortunate that a lot of people don't realize that diversity is, it's just a matter of going to the source, which is the people of color, the people of different sexual orientations, the people. I mean, it's such a broad word, but a lot of people will put it on their websites. They'll put it in their pamphlets. They'll put it in their books, but they'll never actually go out into the locations or put it in, or give a personal invitation to those who actually they're supposed to be talking about. It's nothing for them to go to a community where they hold the convention and say, hey, you know what? Where is the Boys and Girls Club? Where is the, everyone knows that, there's certain locations all you to go, and they would love to come. People, they would love to come. I'm not saying that, let's face it, some of the prices can be steep at some of these conventions. Not everybody has $10, $20, $30, $40 per person, $50 to go. So that can be very, that can, push people away. But if you're really serious about wanting to draw, then you might give them a discount. You might, there's certain things you can do. You can give them a discount. You can maybe sweeten the pot saying that, okay, $10, you can come in and we'll give you this comic book, this, what I'm saying? There are certain things that you can do to actually bring in a diverse crowd. You can go to the schools. You can go to the Boys and Girls Club. You can go to the communities, the actual communities, and say, hey, you know what? I'm dressed up like Spider-Man, whatever, and say, hey, I'm here. We're having this convention. We would love for you to come. And you would be surprised how many people would actually come. That's how we used to do it at Itzicon. People, they'll take the buses, they'll drive. The reason why a lot of people don't come is because they'll tell you straight up, no one told us. People who don't realize that not everybody has a computer, even though it seems like it. Not everybody has the cell phone with the same, group of friends. Not everybody has an off, goes to the office. So if they really are dedicated to bringing a diverse crowd to their con or to their event, their festival, then I think they have to do a better job of promoting and getting out there to actually meet the people. That's the only way you're going to do it. I mean, like I said, you can use diversity as a key word or anything, but like you said, you asked, well, what happened? How come there's no one there? Because they, I think they just do it. They just say it just to say it. Sometimes a lot of people still think that if there's too many Black people there, it's going to cause issues. And it's unfortunate, but it is what it is.
I mean, I'm from a different era, and the politics of the era I come from are a little different. But in building events, in trying to get, say, people of color to come to an event, one of the things that I've done in the past is going up to people and mentioned, hey, I know that you are one of very few people of color at this event. Would you like to be one of very few people of color at another event? And
that's great.
And it acknowledges a thing that, like, that going back to the idea of talking about colorblindness is cool, but until we actually have a colorblind world, it might be reasonable to and everyone is different. Everyone will feel different ways about different things. Styles of talking to people change, but in a one-on-one circumstance, I'm more likely to probably want to address it directly with someone.
Right.
And because for me, I would feel like if I'm an event that, say, is a part of fandom that doesn't have a lot of people of color, and I go up to someone who is a person of color, it will make sense to have a conversation, give them a chance to know that I'm not trying to tokenize that person, but also to recognize that there might be that extra barrier there, and I might not be making it better by saying either ignoring that barrier altogether, or by using words that, again, I'm not saying people shouldn't use the word diversity. I'm just saying that if someone uses the word diversity, like you said, as a marketing tactic,
Mm-hmm.
to be, I believe people, from my experience, can usually sense that. Can usually sense that what you're trying to say is not necessarily, "Hey, you will be welcome, and I recognize your experience will be different from that of other people, but we'd love to have you." But to say, "Hey, you're going to look great in our photographs if we want to talk about how we're a diverse event," and
Right.
not to say that it's wrong to have diverse photos. Just I think there's a difference between wanting someone as a human being and recognizing that it will help diversify the event, and wanting someone to make your photos look good.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of people, I'll be honest with you, a lot of people really don't know. This is still new to them. Even though, we have Issacon for 6 years. People still were very new. They weren't used to this. This is something that just never really, they know about it. But, the blurs, the black nerds, and, all things like that, that's still new. That's still a new concept to a lot of people, man. And people don't understand that it takes us time. But please put the invitation out there. You would be surprised how many people would be willing to come as becomes more and more comfortable, more and more mainstream. Because a lot of times they say you're basically more comfortable around people like yourself, and I when it comes to cosplay and steampunk and things of that nature, there just aren't that many of us, and unfortunately, it can be an uncomfortable situation. Especially, let's face it, a lot of these, like with yours, very family, friends oriented, a lot of linked up, they've known each other for years. And if you're there and you're a newbie and you don't know anybody, unless you have people there who are very welcoming, who say, "Hey, how you doing? Welcome," whatever, then they'll just feel like they're bobbing out in the middle of the ocean, and they'll be like, "You know what? This may not be for me. I'm leaving," and they'll go. I've seen that happen.
That um, I'm gonna just let you guys talk for a moment. There's a scheduling question. Let me just check on that.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you completely, by the way.
Oh yeah. Hey, Rachel, I was saying, yeah. I mean, I think that's definitely an equivalent experience for the transgender as well as people of color. We have a lot of shared experiences, um, and I know that sometimes it's not as some people think they're welcoming, but they may not be. They may not know. You may not know, and that's why I said we need to have these conversations. Conversations like this is where we can make change, and we as event owners and event implementers can make those changes from the top instead of hoping that people will do it one day, because that's what we hear. One day we'll do it, one day. But here we are with events that we have that bring hundreds of people. We can actually make decisions to make these changes that will draw people and give people a better sense of when it comes to diversity and when it comes to the conversations that need to be had and things of that nature. So I think this is a good start. And again, this is why I'm talking about when it comes to adaptation and progression. This is how we do it. We have conversations and meetings like this and showcase this, and we can adapt, and now we can start progressing and implement, and then after the adaptation progression, now we implement, and that's when we start making.
Yeah, I love that point you made. I always try to be that person, but it has to be really everybody, and everybody. I mean, the attendees as well as those of us who are performers or who were part of Jeff's staff or whatever. In the case of a Jeff Mack event or whoever the event staff are, but the attendees, it's easy to look around a room and you can see who the person is that's leaning up against the wall, looking scared and not talking to anybody, and it's important to go over, talk to that person, try to get an idea of why they're there, what their fandom is, where you can plug them into people that share their particular fandom or whatever.
It's the little things. It's the little things. I mean, it sounds like revolutionary when it comes to cons, because I have yet. I mean, I think but besides my con, Jeff, yours has been the only one where people are like really welcoming. Most of it, you go there, you either know people or you don't. And that's why a lot of times people do come in groups because they don't want to be that odd one out. But, I've gone and, not everybody is outgoing as we can be. So if you're not one of the outgoing people and this is the first time you've been to one and you really don't know, it can be very scary. It really can. I mean, as fun as it is, it can be very scary to be surrounded by people with, with different mindsets and things. So. But like I said, this is the first step. This is something I'm hoping that people will implement in all of the cons and conventions. This is a part of the adaptation and the progression. And I think it's little things like this that will make the cons a lot more appealing, because if you don't adapt and you don't start doing things like this, again, it does affect your bottom line, because while we've been in isolation all this time, don't think that there haven't been other people thinking about other cons. And there's going to be a lot of launches of different things. And if they're willing to do what you want, you know the business, Jeff, you know how that goes.
I do know. I know that very well.
I know my time is almost over, but I just wanted to say a quick thank you to you and to Rachel for being on this. I really thank you both for helping with this conversation on the magic of adaptation and progression. I appreciate that.
We actually have a couple more minutes. If you guys want to talk for a little bit, I'm just straightening out a quick scheduling thing. And I can use about 5 minutes just to make sure I get the schedule right.
I think about something in an historical context too is, I mean, you know this, but this is pretty big for our audience. But Dr. King was a Trekkie.
Yes.
And that when Nicole Nichols at the end of the first season of Star Trek was talking about leaving the show, and Dr. King talked her into staying, telling her how important it was to have an African-American woman on the bridge of the Enterprise.
It was. It became. She actually influenced a lot of people being there.
I mean, it always bothered me because I'm from, when I grew up, as I got older in the 70s, looking back, it always bothered me that she was like a glorified phone operator, but she was.
Yeah, she was. But they gave her some pretty good storylines. Even though she had the first interracial kiss with
Kirk.
With William Shatner. And, believe it or not, she was supposed to be with somebody else, but he had bogarted he was known to bogart his way into all the big scenes on Star Trek. So whoever it was, he kicked them out, and they lost history. But him and her, they had the first interracial kiss, and she was definitely in a lot of the scenes. She was one of the main ones. When it came to the Enterprise, she made it. She made it the Enterprise. I loved it. There's always been a lot of firsts when it comes to African Americans or Black people. We've done a lot, and we've been, when it comes to history, entertainment, sports, just a lot of things. And I've always just wondered why people just still feel so uncomfortable with us. But then I also realized that a lot of it is human nature. A lot of people feel that, nobody wants to be on the bottom of the barrel. Everybody wants to look down on someone. So a lot of times the people who are making the most noise about, we don't want them here, blah, 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 are the ones who feel like they want to be able to look down on us. But it's hard to do when, you have some of the top names, Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan, now Dave Chappelle, when you dominate and you're doing the things, I understand people are getting nervous. They're afraid of the diversity. They're afraid of, our culture is going to be wiped out. And I'm telling people there is enough room for everyone. There's enough room for everyone. There's no reason to fear. There's no reason to fear. But the thing is, with that fear, though, don't think that we as a people are going to always just want to be your stepping stone. We don't want to get beat. We don't want to be tased. We don't want to be killed. I don't want to worry about my daughter getting hurt just because a law enforcement officer is having a bad day. So that's on the other side of the coin where, yes, people, we are very forgiving people. We forgave the young woman who walked into the apartment and shot the dude in his own apartment, and the brother got up and said, "I forgive you." That was an interesting situation. Sometimes I think that we can be too forgiving, but that's that was on that. I'm good if that's how they felt. That's how they felt. But at the same time, I just don't want people. I want people to understand that the reason why we're having these riots is because it gets to the point where people just say enough is enough. Enough is enough, and that's when, as Dr. Martin Luther King said, the riots are the voices of the unheard. We feel like we haven't been heard. We just feel like over and over again, you look on the news, someone's being killed, someone's being tased. You're looking on the internet, tons of people tased, killed, and then I'm not even talking about the people just barbecuing while black, sitting while black, eating while black. So what do? You just try to do the best you can, but I just want people to know that this is the reason why certain things are happening. But I really feel that we will get back to where we need to be, but it will not be the same though. It won't be the same. So, but I'm looking forward to everything settling down, and once it does, I think the world will. This will be another lesson, and we'll see what happens. That's what we're looking forward to. We'll see what happens.
Very well stated.
Thank you.
I would love to. What are some things you'd love to see in a rebooted world?
In a rebooted world, I would love to see people have a better understanding in regards to the empathy of others. When I say empathy, I wish people would at least try to fit into another person's shoes and see what they're going through. Now, I'm not just talking about white and black. I'm just saying everyone, different religions, different sexual orientations. I wish people would just try to have an understanding and stop all of this preconceived notions. And I wish that these people who are always trying to start some sort of discontent because of the discontent of their own lives would somehow start fading away, or they get a better understanding. Because I really feel in my heart that the reason why we have so many of these discontented situations in the government and going on around the world now is that we have a lot of people who are just discontent with their lives. They thought that things were going to be a certain way when they got to a certain age, and they thought just because they were who they were, that things were just going to fall in place. And when these things didn't fall in place, they're angry. And because they're angry, they feel like they've been cheated out of their birthright. They feel like they've been cheating out of their opportunity. So now this is when they find other people with the same mindset that, hey, we're all going to be angry together. And not only are we going to be angry, we're going to blame these people for taking away what should have been ours in the first place. Even though they didn't do what they were supposed to do, they still feel like they should have it. And thus now you have all of these people feeling cheated out of their lives and feeling like they should be a whole lot better. And they're looking at other people of color, people of different genders, all these people who are progressing and moving forward because they are happy with themselves. Now they've become targets of those who are just angry at their own selves, but they won't blame their own self. They won't blame themselves for not doing what they should have done throughout their life, like going to school or trying to get a better job or whatever. It's easier to blame other people and say it's your fault than it is for you to look at yourself and say, how can I improve myself? So I wish those type of people would somehow just fade away. And I wish people would have a better understanding about technology and realize that with this technology that we have, anything is possible. With the 2 months that we've been out because of the pandemic, I'm not lying. People have created things. There's going to be a lot of new companies and new events and things launched because all people needed was time. Think about it. Time. Everybody who had a little job or something, what's the main thing? Oh, I wish I had more time to work on this because then I could make something. And now they had all the time in the world, plus they were getting unemployment, plus they were getting a stimulus check, or they didn't. And guess what? They spent that time working and creating and being creative. But guess what? Not everybody did that. A lot of people just sat back and just wondered, what can I do? How should I do it? And I wish more people had have been more progressive in their thought and said, you know what, this is a good opportunity. What can I do to create? I hate my job. I don't want to go back. What kind of entrepreneurial thing can I do in order to make this place a better world or to create a better service or something like that? And I think if people started thinking like that, then people would be a lot happier with themselves instead of feeling like they're stagnant. And, unfortunately, when you feel like you're stagnant and you don't progress, that's when you feel like you're not getting the same opportunity as other people, or you start getting angry or depressed or sad. And that all goes, unfortunately, to a bad place where you don't want to be. So those are the things I feel I wish in a reset place, that people would just become more awakened, or as they say, woke with themselves and realize that they have the ability. They don't have to look at TV at that person and say, man, I wish I could do that. You can do that. And with this technology, you can. You can write books. You can create websites. You can create events. You can do services. You can open up stores. I mean, what can't you do?
I've been doing various kinds of pivots, in my, well, I can't say exactly that it's a hobby at this point. My side hustle, which became a very, very frenzied main hustle, especially for a couple of weeks there at the height of fears around the pandemic, everyone was looking to how they were going to pivot to online, especially people who had brick and mortar stores or relied on brick and mortar stuff. I know Chelsea and I have talked a lot about how this has sort of decimated the live event community, and it has.
Yeah.
But also, there's been a real challenge for anyone with a brick and mortar presence. And I'd just like to give a quick schedule announcement that there's that we had a scheduling miscommunication. So the Dust Bowl Fairies have in fact been promoting their performance at 8. What happened was, I haven't worked with sked.com for years now. In fact, when I last worked with them, they were called sked.org. And the link I sent out to sked.org, sked.com, apparently sked.com does not have their subdomain set up that if you put out sked.com, it will link you in. Instead, it will take you to their insecure site. So most browsers won't bring you there. So, as I've found out through years of events, 2 or 3 kinds of redundancy are not enough. So we sent out some emails and sent out some messages, but not all the messages got through, and then scheduled it wasn't up for everyone. So we now have the Dust Bowl Fairies will be going on at 8.
Okay, good. I can reschedule myself.
I believe you are scheduled to go on at 8:30 already.
Yeah, but Dust Bowl Fairies, how long would they be going?
They've got a half-hour set, that's all.
Oh, okay. I thought they were going to do a longer set. Okay, no problem.
I know they've got a half-hour set, but this is now the creativity panel. We have just added a creativity panel, so I hope people are feeling creative, mostly because this is an important subject, but also getting to I think it's important that we address this in general, but also I'd like to talk a little bit about creativity because, as poor Chelsea knows from all of my appearances on her shows lately, Chelsea has wanted to focus on some of the most difficult things in this world, which I find extremely admirable. Chelsea, is your mic off on purpose, Chelsea?
I turned it off for a minute. I was asking my wife, Rusty, to bring some water in from the kitchen where she is, and I didn't want that to come over the air. But
it did. That's awesome.
So we're about to be joined by 1 or 2 of our other folks, but
Okay, I'm going to sign off. I'm going to sign off because I have to do some running and everything. But I will be back on at 8:30 to bring some nice vibes and sounds for those with DJ Osno. I've got some nice blends that I'll be putting on tonight, and I really am looking forward to that. It's been a while since I've DJed, so this is going to be a great welcome home. Because I haven't done it. This is going to be my first time touching the turntable since it's been like 3 months, and so it's been a while. So I'm looking forward to that tonight at 8:30. But once again, I want to thank our viewers, and I want to thank my my colleagues here, Rachel and Jeff, for accompanying me on this talk. You definitely made it delightful. I really appreciate it.
It's been a pleasure to have you with us. I'm really glad you came on to talk, and I'm glad that we're able to replicate some of the experience of a live event in that something has gone chaotic on the event end, and so I appreciate your helping us make that transition. Really looking forward to your DJing set tonight.
All right.
I'm looking forward to having you with us at our live in-person events when we go back, whatever time we're able to go back to doing live and in-person events. That's going to be really exciting to me.
It'll be here sooner than you know. I just tell people, keep the faith. It'll be here. It's coming. The people want it. If people didn't want it, because people need people. They want live. This is good, but this will never duplicate us talking face to face. So it's coming back. Well, I can almost guarantee it soon.
I'm excited. I'm crossing my fingers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm crossing as many fingers as I humanly have.
All right.
Thank you, DJ Osno.
All right. Talk to y'all soon.
Talk to you later.
Mm-hmm.
And so, what is your secret to trying to be creative in difficult or depressing times?
Well, as you know, I've been social distancing long before there was a pandemic. 6 feet away is a good distance to keep most people, in my experience.
Well, you're a goth.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's an interesting question, really, because I haven't slowed down at all. My business, the online part of my brick and mortar bookstore, it couldn't be operated in this, of course. But my online business is probably 10 times what it was before this. I don't know why, but I have never sold this many books via brick and mortar and online combined as I am now with the online because of the epidemic. So I didn't experience a slowdown. I got the other thing. Hi, Sabrina.
Hello.
Sabrina.
I totally just messed up my whole life by jumping in while still watching the live feed. Okay.
I do this all the time. The number of times I've jumped into a live feed, or the number of times I've managed to open up multiple live feeds at once is a lot.
It's definitely quite startling to start all at once.
Sabrina is an artist, a snake handler, a creator, and let us not forget Sabrina's title at our own company, Jeff Mack Events, which I hope Sabrina hasn't forgotten because I have.
Hey guys, I'm the vendor coordinator for the physical events, and if you keep an eye on our social media, I'll be posting a lot of our vendor stuff within the next 2 or 3 days. Just shout out to them, keep giving them money, they need it.
Who's your adorable friend there?
This is Anansi.
Oh, how sweet.
He's a little special.
Wow. And based on my extensive knowledge of snakes, I understand that is a king cobra of some kind?
He is a ball python. He is a color morph that you should never ever purchase because they are genetic disasters and we should stop breeding them. He's a spider morph, but he's real pretty. aren't you?
We were just talking about how to be creative in times of stress, difficulty, and challenge. Um, and I think the solution is to keep a stiff upper lip and always carry on and drink lots of whiskey. What do you think?
I'm of the same thought process. Honestly, in the history of even literature and art, for some people, times of great consequence tend to be sparks. We have all of this time where people get to sit at home and actually be in their creative spaces. And I'm seeing a lot of art also come out of this, which is really exciting. I mean, hell, you just wrote a whole book in 2 weeks.
I did. Finished it yesterday.
You wrote 4 books in what, 2 months?
No. I wrote 4 books in the span of a year. However, if I were to go back to writing short fiction, which I guess I'm going to do at the end of this weekend, I suppose the next book will probably be ready in another month. But I'm not sure that I'm going to publish all of those books at once. As you can see, I've already got more books than I can easily fit into one display, and only the one little plastic display on which to put them. So that's a challenge for me, but certainly, they say that writers should go off to secluded cabins to write, and most of us don't get the opportunity to do that. And all of a sudden, everyone said, hey, go off into a secluded cabin to write. So that's what I've been doing.
And it's definitely the time for it. There's nothing better to do.
I mean,
not to say that people who are having blocks and not really feeling up to it are bad or terrible or should be disappointed. But for those of us that are introverts and that are super, super productive in times where nobody can bother us, this is perfect.
I'm speaking of being creative. So apparently, even though we are live streaming to the Evil Expo page, when you go to the Evil Expo page, it shows you a little thing on top that says, oh, this is streaming live, but it isn't showing the live post, which is an interesting feature of Facebook's. So I'm also going to link people to the YouTube stream. So give you just a moment to do that.
And while you're doing that, Sabrina, where did you get that marvelous hat?
This is a blonde swan hat. If you check out their Facebook, they've actually been doing sales the entirety of quarantine, and I've been very upset that I'm very broke. They used to be one of our vendors, and they were always good to us, so... I only traded part of my soul for this hat.
Well, I think that's sort of an important question. How many souls should one trade for a hat? Like, I don't know, like, you're a vendor coordinator. How many souls is the average hat worth?
The average hat is probably worth about 1.5 souls. I got it on discount.
Nice. So, Chelsea, you've been operating your bookstore during the pandemic, and your bookstore has been mostly online for the past couple of years due to, if I remember, a catastrophic fire, in fact. What's that been like? What's it been like to have your online business suddenly explode?
It's been strange. Everybody of my acquaintance is talking about the travails of being down and not working, and all of a sudden I'm doing more than full shifts with an online business that was typically, realistically, I was putting about 20 hours a weekend and then devoting the rest of the time to my writing and my music and the radio show and my other projects. And Until this week, it slowed down to about 40, but it's been like, 60-hour weeks just wrapping up books and shipping them. And everybody else is saying, business is so slow, I can't work. And I'm like overwhelmed.
That's
And
weird.
it's weird. I've had to put my other creative projects on hold to focus on work while everybody else, as you've been saying, has been doing the opposite. It's very strange that way.
Honestly, I feel like this live stream has been very similar to my own quarantine experiences, where there's 6 or 7 or 8 things going on. And, part of my nature, part of what I do, and there are plenty of downsides to this as a creative person, is that if there isn't some sort of creative thing to do, I will often find one. And, this has not always been something that's made people around me happy. Like, at the moment, I'm really glad that I've been engaged in these various projects. But also,
I'm really glad that I've been.
Whoop. Did I just come in twice? Like, I heard my voice happening twice.
Oh no, I opened Facebook on my phone and it was a bad idea.
Huh. Welcome to Clayton George, the Boony Ghoul, coming in from Canada. For myself, when things are difficult, when things are rough, I will throw myself into my work. I will write more things. I will create more things. I will do more things. And to quote Warren Zevon, it was hard on my friends and family, and it still is, There have been more than a few times when I've, say, seen a place and said, this place would be perfect for an event. We should really do an event here. And, well, I'd like to think that I got a little smarter about that in the last couple of years. There's still sort of that urge to say, I've gotten this inspiration to do this cool thing. I'm going to do that thing. And it's, without going too much into it, my ex-husband used to say that I was more married to my work than to him, and that if I was in trouble, that I would go to my work more than I would go to him. And, well, we did get divorced some 2 years ago. So, while a divorce is ultimately a better thing for me and probably a better thing for him, we were together 13 years. I wouldn't say that I would recommend working like a person who is driven by demons to everyone, but it's always worked for me.
Are you?
Am I driven by demons? I cannot tell whether I am being driven by demons or whether the demons are busy driving me. I think there's sort of we have a sort of mutual understanding. Sometimes the demons take the wheel, sometimes I take the wheel. As long as I keep doing stuff, we don't have to get into any serious arguments. So I'm kind of happiest that way. And again, some people feel that this is a very weird way to live. I just keep making new things. And, that's... And one of the things that I've seen is a lot of people... It's impossible for me to be able to say, well, first, I can't speak for anyone else's brain, for anyone else's neurotypicalities or aneurotypicalities, just that my own brain, through inclination and training, mostly training, believe it or not, I was pretty lazy till I was about 25. And then I suddenly kind of felt like I'd been wasting a lot of my time. The more challenging things are in life, the more likely I am to dive in and make new stuff. That's just part of how I seem to roll. We have been asked about, by Clayton George, we've been asked about two of Clayton's evil genius friends, Dr. Terawat in Toronto and Dr. Modius in her American lair. Are you familiar with either of those people?
I am not. We might have new recruits.
I would be interested in meeting them. Clayton George, if you would be so kind as to send them our way, we would love to meet them. We have a couple of minutes before I believe we are likely to be joined by Scoops, who is busily engaged in doing important and exciting clown things. I may have lost my bookmark, actually, but I was going to attempt to read a quick piece from my book, not necessarily out of any desire to sell more copies of my book, although I am pleased as punch to sell as many copies of my book, of all of my books, as humanly possible. You can find my books on Amazon. Do a search for Jeff Mack, M-A-C-H, or do a search for Villain Punk, or do a search for I Hate Your Time Machine. But I am not doing this in this case to promote my stuff. It's just that I thought I might actually do a quick bit of art as we've been doing a lot of conversation. And I thought perhaps, if I can find my bookmark, that I might read a poem. Folks in the audience, who would potentially like to hear a poem? It's about dragons, if that helps. Okay, everyone in the audience who would not like to hear a poem about dragons, please raise your hand. Oh. Everyone in the audience who is incapable of raising their hands because you are all virtual, please raise your hand. Okay. I'm going to do a very quick poem. This is called Under the Nether Bed from Villains, Villainy, and Villain Punk by Jeff Mack, that's me, Dark Lord. And it's about dragons. Stoned out of their minds on hobbit blood, snorting dwarven gold, dragons getting the munchies, eyes bugged out and rolled from side to side in lizard slide, stark with spark and threatening arc, wiggy as wizards and twisted as twine, penumbral beasts grown bored of myth beyond the barrier line. What alchemy could burn a blood that lives to father fire? What herb or weed could fry a mind that swallows souls entire? Heat and steam and autumn gleam, stoked and smoked by blood invoked, ticklish and tipsy and sordid and strange, dwelling 2 inches beyond your left ear, past touch of time or change. And slapped by reality's cosmic broom, shoo, shoo, you nasty things. Alien eyes glow green in darkness, closet walls chafe green-scaled wings, spaceless room, a breathless tomb, hid by lid, wished away by generations, confidently thought destroyed, they found a hole, and they're annoyed. Thank you, thank you. I will accept tiny little finger snaps from those of you who would like to do a little bit of little finger snapping. And something terrifying has occurred. One moment. I believe the one and only Scoops is here. Hello,
Scoops!
Hey,
Scoops the Clown.
how's it going?
Hey, how the heck are you?
I'm surprisingly very, very good. Very busy, but very good.
What's been going on?
A whole lot of just working with the radio station, working with new employees and getting prepared for Clown Motel 2. So we're supposed to be getting the script in the next week to 2 weeks, and filming starts in the end of August through the beginning of September, and then the movie will be out spring of 2021 everywhere: Walmart, Target, Best Buy, Netflix, Hulu, all that.
Everywhere simultaneously.
Oh yeah, so that's pretty much all we've been working on, honestly.
I mean,
because COVID knocked everything out that we were supposed to be doing. So,
well, Scoops, I'm gonna actually, if you don't mind, unless you've got anything unless you've got anything you want to do, I figure I will have everyone come on in and keep talking with you. Is that going to be good for you?
That's
Right.
good with me.
Let me bring the whole team in. So, how's the clown life? What's it been like being weird in the middle of a pandemic? What's it like being a live performer in the middle of a pandemic?
It sucks. to pretty much put it point blank. We had a pretty hefty tour schedule. I mean, honestly, that we were actually supposed to be with you guys right now. So
you were supposed to be here with us.
we lost pretty much all of our events from January, February, March, from everything from March till really August. And for us, touring is our lifeline. That's everything. Touring is how we make the majority of our money, merch sales, stuff like that. And it just kind of obviously tanked. You can't tour, you can't make. So it's been rough.
Can you guys hear me okay? For some reason, the screen just froze, and I don't know why.
Yeah, you're still here.
Okay.
Yeah, you good.
Everybody moving? Well, yep. Scoops, yeah. If you guys, you there? You look there.
Yep, I'm good. I can hear y'all.
If you guys can stall for me for a minute, I'm going to do something I promised a dear friend of mine that I would not do. So if you guys can just stall, I'll be right back.
Am I supposed to be preventing?
I do things I promise people I wouldn't do all the time. So.
Yeah, and this is actually inspired by you. I will be right back in a moment.
Oh no!
Let's see, I'll look at the comments. Let's see, where's comments? I'm blind as a bat. Oh, those are old comments. Is everybody still here?
Yeah, we're
here.
Yeah.
Tell us about
Don't mind me. You know that I'm usually not like the party face.
So I have a question for you.
What?
You're in Florida, right?
No, I am in Nebraska.
Nebraska.
Yeah.
Are you having mass demonstrations in Nebraska, or is that only happening here on the coast?
No, it is. It has been pretty bad in Omaha, which I live about 30 minutes south of Omaha. They did threaten to come into Plattsmouth and start destroying stuff, but we have a hell of a lot of bikers that live in this community, and they did not allow entrance.
It's such a shame that people are co-opting.
So yeah, it's been pretty bad. Not as bad as it's been in other places. We did have a young man that got shot and killed about a week ago during the demonstrations, but so far it hasn't been nowhere near as bad as like Minneapolis or Atlanta or some of those other places.
We've just been asking everybody because we see we see what's going on in New York. As a matter of fact, our daughter's here from New York City. So, we get reports that are local to us. So since we got people on the stream from all over the country, we're just trying to.
It's been pretty rough around here. But like I said, I live in a very small, rural, farming town that has a shit ton of bikers, and they don't really take too kindly to your city being torn apart. So they've been pretty much on patrol with the police department here, making sure that everything stays good. But there's been absolutely no protest in this town whatsoever. It's all been in, inner city, downtown Omaha.
So tell us about Clown Motel 2. One was...
Clown Motel 1
awesome movie.
Yeah,
Not-
Clown Motel 1 came out over last summer, which was actually deemed to be one of the most successful independent horror films of the summer. They decided to do number 2, and it was actually kind of funny how we got roped into it. Just being a joke, Mischief had done this little picture of a bunch of us that she took at a haunt, and she edited it. And she was just playing around, and she put Clown Motel 2 coming soon and tagged the original movie. Well, the director and writer seen the fake movie poster, and he contacted us and was like, "What do you guys do?" And we were like, "Well, we work for radio stations, and we also do a variety of different shows." He goes, "Well, do you mind if you would review Clown Motel 1? I said, "Not a problem." So we reviewed Clown Motel 1, and he started watching our show. And I guess about 4 months into it, he contacted us again and said, "How would you like to be in Clown Motel 2?" And she was like, "Oh, you're really going to do it?" And he goes, "Yeah, I really, the first one was such a success, why not?" So originally we were only supposed to have small, very small parts, which turned into full-on supporting acts. So both of us have apparently have very, very large roles in Clown Motel 2. It will be through the majority of the film.
That's kind of awesome.
That's going to be really cool, and I'm glad it got funded. And now we get to say, for Halloween in the Catskills and our other shows that we have you with, that we have movie stars. So that's very exciting.
Correct. We actually have 2 other films. One film we already shot. I don't even know if I'm supposed to talk about it, so I'm not going to put it out there. But it will be coming out, and as soon as it does, we'll blast that everywhere. But our parts have already been filmed for it. And then the other one, we just signed up for it last week. We can't even talk about that one either, but there will be 2 other films coming out within the next year that will have Scoops of Mischief in it as well.
That is super exciting.
That is super, super exciting. I'm going to just shift over to a multi-view.
There we go.
This is mostly Scoop's segment, but I'm going to shift over to me for just a little bit. Now, Scoop's companion, Mischief, with whom they form the clown/haunter/dynamic duo of Scoops and Mischief, who just started Hellfire Radio. And by the way, as an important question, if I do something absolutely insane live on air, do I potentially have a shot at getting on Hellfire Radio? I'll do it anyway, but if I'm going to potentially destroy myself on air, I have to ask. Do I have a shot, you think? You don't have to promise. So what do you think, Scoops? Maybe? Uh-oh.
Oh, there you are.
What's that? There I am. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can now. You went away there for a minute.
If I potentially do something completely insane on air, don't have to promise, but do I have a shot of getting on Hellfire Radio?
Yes.
All right. So since we don't have a clown act tonight, I mean, we do, but we have like 100% pure clown in the form of Scoops. But since we don't have Mischief here to encourage Scoops to do terribly painful things in exchange for donations, by the way, how can people make donations to Scoops and Mischief at this time? How can people support you? Real quick before I do this crazy thing.
Honestly, the best way to support us is to send us a message on Scoops and Mischief's Facebook page. A little prompt will pop up telling you about our merch store. The best way you can support us, go buy our merch. Click on that link, go to our store, shop. We have t-shirts, hoodies, coffee mugs, shower curtains, pillows, anything you could think of. We love people wearing our merch. We love getting pictures of people wearing our merch. That's the best way you can support us. Just buy our merch.
I'm going to just make a banner for that. It's facebook.com/scoops and mischief, right?
Correct.
Well, I'm about to do what I believe is known as a blockhead act. I believe that doing live paint acts is the general term is blockhead. Maybe it just is a person who probably shouldn't be making his own decisions all the time. So, as some people know, I'm not a professional strongman or a professional clown, semi-professional fool, perhaps. I do have an affinity for hot sauce. This is something called, this is not a sponsor, I just want you to see what it is, Dr. Bernorium's Psycho Serum. And I have tried a lot of hot sauce, including our friend's Apocalypse hot sauce, and I wanted something that would be crazy. Doctor's orders: use with extreme caution as a cooking additive only. Avoid contact with skin and all sensitive areas. Store in a cool, dry place, preferably in a lead-lined bunker in the middle of nowhere. So this is also, it says, prepare yourself for a mind-blowing trip into a world of unimaginable pain. Dr. Bernorium accepts no responsibility for any injury or psychological trauma caused by the misuse of this product. So if I literally render myself unable to speak for the rest of the show, we're just going to have to make Sabrina the host.
I'm good with this.
Again,
This is like animal abuse.
This is a 6.4 million Scoville.
I think she just called you an animal.
Extract. Now, for those of you who don't know capsaicin, I believe I'm pronouncing
Oh, he froze again. Yeah, but he definitely froze again.
Scoops, get better internet.
He's back.
All right. So, for those of you who know Tabasco sauce, the average Tabasco sauce has 2,500 to 5,000 units on the Scoville scale. This has 6.4 million. Let's just say that again. 6.4 million.
It was good knowing you.
Oh my goodness. Wow, this is very dramatic. It's very, very well wrapped. It's very small. Oh wow. This is tiny. What I'm going to do before I even consider taking any of this into my body is I am going to sniff it, and if it smells fatal, I'm just going to tap out because I don't want to.
It's going to smell fatal.
It's going to smell deadly. Whether it smells fatal or not, I don't know.
Well, see, here's the beautiful point. I can't smell anymore because I got COVID-19 and lost my sense of smell, so I can't smell hot sauce anymore. So it makes it a little bit easier to eat it.
Doesn't smell bad.
That's unfortunate.
I don't know. Maybe for you, you ever been to a festival and smelled the urinals?
That is extremely painful. Oh goodness, I can't talk for a bit.
Did you do it?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
My voice is closing up. What's it?
Wow, it takes a lot for Jeff to react, so.
Nice.
I won't be able to talk for a little while. So you guys talk amongst yourselves.
Well, I can tell you, I'm actually going to put one thing out there. I won't say the company yet because we're still finishing all the final details, but Hellfire Radio is getting our own hot sauce. So that is going to be probably coming out in the next 2 to 3 months.
Whoa. No, really. I'm in intense pain. You guys will have to talk for a bit. Wow.
Yeah, Sabrina. Don't look out on me.
It has been a while since I've watched Jeff actually react to this. I think the last time he even got close to reacting like this was when he put an entire bottle of Tabasco in his coffee.
Oh,
give me 5 or 10 minutes, guys.
You're good.
Whoa. Oh. I'll be right back.
Oh, there she is. She's back.
We've lost him.
Might be the first time that sinuses have been clear in years.
Probably.
I love it. I love it. Now I'm not the only one that does stupid shit. I mean, I could join him, but I'm definitely not going. I actually just got a hot sauce the other day. There's a company out in Ogden, Utah that love nothing better but to torture me. I really think they get off on torturing me. But they send me hot sauces to try like once every 3-4 months. They send me like 5-6 bottles of some kind of hot sauce challenge, and they just sent me a new one. That's like, it's actually named Hellfire Hot Sauce, but it's like supposed to be like 8 or 9 million Scoville units. So about 3 million more than what Jeff just took in. So I haven't done it yet. It's still sitting in there on my kitchen counter.
Do you still have like a decent amount of taste? I've heard that COVID can take some of that.
I might bring it to New York for Catskill and make Sabrina do it with me.
I mean, if you want me to cry, then sure.
Bring it to the Catskills. I'll try some.
All right, I'm down. Let's do it. We'll do a live feed.
I mean, I'm a big fan of hot sauce. That sounds a little bit daunting, but I'm game.
That involves us actually getting enough internet up there to do a live feed, though.
Oh, I went live several times last time.
It might just be that the internet particularly hates me.
No, it's spotty.
Probably so, because I had no problems going live up there.
The lobby was the only place that had really good internet, I think.
At all. I can't wait. I'm hoping that it still happens and that the COVID shit doesn't fuck it all up.
The worst part about being in like New York and New Jersey is that we were the major like hot points. So like everything's
we lost
opening so slowly.
Oh, he has emerged.
Everything is on fire.
Yeah.
You don't say.
I'm burning from the inside out.
Yeah. Just wait till you gotta take a shit.
So if like all of your insides burn out, can I keep your husk?
Oh, no problem. Although the demons that generally do drive my will forward have sort of a dibs on my husk if possible.
Meh.
Cool.
Not worried about them.
So I wish I was sort of more the. I wish I was more the type to flail around a lot, because it's like the roof of my mouth is like not on fire, but like if you've ever like heated up a stove and then just
he froze.
take the flame and put your mouth on the flame. That's
all y'all froze except for me. This is fucking weird. Oh no, there's movement. Sweet.
It's your internet.
Are we still live?
Yeah, we're still live.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh. So Scoops, if you could be like funny for a couple of minutes, I need to go and I don't know.
Finish
Put something into
dying.
my face that
Good luck with that. You're gonna be a flame for the next like 2 hours or more.
The struggle is real.
Oh, it's definitely gonna be bad. Trust me. Out of all the hot things that mischief has made me eat and do, trust me, it's not gonna go away anytime soon. Although milk might help. Milk usually helps. Or beer, if you're a beer drinker. Let's see. Not really any comments.
It's so much less fun when like the crowd's not interactive. I feel like I'm talking to like ourselves.
Yeah, that tends to happen sometimes. Here and there. I'm not used to it. I'm used to like the comments like going fucking crazy and trying to have a hard time keeping up with the fucking comments. And yeah, no. That's why I'm trying to give you a hard time.
I'm like the worst person to give a hard time to, though.
I love you, so I can give you a hard time.
We've
I
done enough
promise you.
shenanigans together.
You ain't seen shenanigans yet. Just wait till I see what I'm gonna incorporate you into things this year. First off, I'm getting you drunk. That's happening. That's happening.
I was definitely drunk at both of the last shows.
Were you? When the hell did that happen? And where the fuck was I?
Sitting next to me.
Oh, well, fuck. What the hell? Was I stoned?
No idea. You and Mischief were asleep at the party, though.
Which party?
After Evil Expo.
When the fuck did that happen?
Good, that means we didn't wake you up at all.
Definitely not. Once I'm asleep, that's it. It's game over. And 9 times out of 10, I smoke right before I go to sleep. And if I smoke indica, that's it. Like Scoops is fucking night for at least 8 hours, and you were not getting me up. It's not
That is
happening.
beautiful. I wish I could sleep like that.
Stop smoking weed.
That's just plain good advice anyway.
Yeah, specifically indica. Sativa, I love sativa. Sativa's great if you're just, having a good day. It's an upper, makes you feel nice. Indica will put your ass down. At least for me.
For when you wake up, and for sativas for when you wake up, whenever you wake up to go to work, and
Yeah.
indica's for when you're ready to turn down for the night.
Yep,
Are
exactly.
you back to life yet, Jeff?
Well, I'm, as would be expected, I think, with large amounts of really hot hot sauce. My back is currently spasming a bit. The roof of my mouth is like someone has placed a couple of chimneys right underneath it.
Have your sinuses ever been that clear?
My sinuses are pretty clear, and I feel like there's a burning lead weight in my stomach. So, audience at home, I hope you appreciate the sacrifices that I make for art. Also, I don't have any whole milk. Humorously enough.
Clearly you weren't prepared.
No, I was just, this is the thing, right?
If I were you, I would make sure to go to the store, get some good baby wipes, and petroleum jelly. Because it's not going to be fun later. I promise you, it's not. It's not going to be fun.
I've done some fairly extreme hot sauce in the past. So I will not be drinking a shot glass of that. Although I was prepared to do so if it didn't seem fatal. I'll be honest, I didn't expect my throat to ever open up again, potentially, like, based on everything I read. And I suppose this is actually a problem that I have in life, which is that even though I like being theatrical, sometimes I also like being real. So what's real for me would be taking pain in as calm a way as possible. It would probably be a lot more amusing if, like, I took it in my mouth and I just started doing a giant Kermit flail, which is, what my brain wants to do. But, I'm just happy to be here. And there's nothing like a nearly fatal hot sauce experience to make you very glad that you are alive. So I'm very happy that I'm alive. I'm happy that I'm here with you.
And he froze. Or at least froze for me.
Have we frozen for anyone else out
I don't
there?
know if he froze for y'all, but he froze for me.
Has anyone else seen this? Is anyone else seeing this frozen?
It's been running pretty smoothly for me. I keep expecting to, have myself pop out because another band of storms is coming through.
Yeah, we're certainly in some sort of weird time for weather. Some of the words are being burned as they come out of my mouth. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to eat a paper towel, and then I will be here for real. So somebody go do that.
Are you sure? Are you positive?
I am.
You have fun munching on that paper towel. It doesn't sound very appeasing. He may have died. I'm not sure.
No.
He's still breathing.
Paper towels
For
are
now.
a known cure for hot sauce.
He was already dead inside. It's fine.
I was.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
So, Chelsea, as a pro wrestler, or as a professional wrestler, have you ever done anything wacky along those lines? Not necessarily hot sauce, but just some sort of pain-inspired wackiness?
Oh, let's see. I've gone through plate glass windows.
Damn.
I've been thrown into thumbtacks. That's one of my favorites.
That sounds terrifying.
You know, wrestling in a ring that's covered in thumbtacks. It's no life-threatening injuries or anything, but it's kind of interesting when you stand up and you're covered in tacks.
How does that even feel?
Like you have a lot of small but sharp pieces of metal stuck into your body.
Funny thing about that.
But audiences love it. I used to do the staple gun bit, but I leave that to our friends in Carnival now.
What exactly is the staple gun bit?
That's when, well, you've seen Carnival where they get tipped by having people staple money to them.
You know,
Usually in the context of wrestling, it's like in the movie The Wrestler where you take the staple gun and you staple one of your own handbills or something to your own head and then throw the stapler to your opponent and challenge them to do the same. And
I have never done that. What context does a person do that in?
well, you usually do that as you're coming into the ring. It presents the image to the audience that there's nothing your opponent can do to you that's going to make any difference because you obviously like pain anyway.
Wow. So the next time someone attempts to take over my company, I should just eat some hot sauce in front of them and scare them off. Or maybe I'll just
I feel like that didn't work last time. Just saying.
yeah, you know, I think people just thought I was insane. I don't know where.
I mean, you are, but
Insane does not mean not competent to run a major event company. In fact, I think it's insane maybe one of the qualifications to run a major event company.
seems legitimate.
That seems likely, yes.
So, Scoops, what kind of trouble do you get into when Mischief's not around?
None. I am boring as hell. I play video games, I drink beer, and I work. What? That's about it.
I mean, that honestly sounds kind of fun.
Huh?
That honestly sounds kind of fun.
Yeah. I mean, most of the time I work, being that my radio station has about 35 employees. We have DJs that go live 5, 6, 7 times a day, all 7 days a week. All the graphic design, I do all the graphic design. I do all the web design. I keep up with everything. That pretty much keeps me pretty damn busy. About my only time to myself is from 11 o'clock at night till about 1 a.m.
Is that Hellfire Radio?
That's my free time. But from waking up at 7:30 in the morning, you got twin 5-year-olds, You've got the radio station to run, your own stuff with Scoops and Mischief, all the other shit we got. It's work all day, and I get about 2-3 hours at night, and that's it.
I've
What's
been
the work-life balance?
I've been enjoying your music reviews.
Oh yeah, thank you.
So, so in the way of metal, what do you say is really good and people should listen to it? And what's your pick for Hell No, Don't Go?
It's kind of funny because the metal industry has kind of went off in all these little subgenres, which really I hate. I hate the subgenre thing. To me, metal's metal. Like, yes, I understand that there's different techniques and different sounds and stuff like that fall within the metal realm, but right now, probably one of the hottest bands out there would probably be a band called Fever 333. That's probably one of my top bands I'm listening to right now. Between them and Cane Hill, both of those are pretty badass, metal bands. You also have more of a mainstream rock band. I would go for like Nothing More. If you like stuff like Saliva and Tantric and 10 Years from, back in the late 90s, early 2000s, there's some more modern rock bands coming out that are really awesome. And Cane Hill is one of those, and Nothing More is also one. Hell No. I don't really know. I have such an eclectic taste because I listen to everything from black metal, death metal, speed metal. I'm not much on thrash, but I guess one of the bands I really don't really get into, and I kind of feel like they're the new Nickelback, would be the Pretty Reckless. I feel like they are like the new Nickelback.
Haven't they been around for a while?
And Nickelback
They've
is
been
fucking
around for
badass.
a while.
What?
They've been around for a while.
I know they have, but they've like become so fucking mainstream and generic that they've literally become the new Nickelback.
Huh.
That's unfortunate. Like 5 years ago, their sound was amazing and like very different.
Oh, well, yeah. 5 years ago, she would come out and play topless and fucking have that place torn apart. Now it's very Nickelback. That's the best way I could describe it. There's also like a little major bring on of a mixture of rap with heavy metal, and there's a lot of really good rap metal bands that are out right now that are just coming out and setting a whole new bar. One of those bands that I've been pretty impressed with is a band from over in the UK called Hacktivist. They are badass.
Yeah.
If you ever get a chance, look them up. They are freaking awesome.
Scoops, I have a question from Mr. Michael Kogan. What is weed metal?
Did y'all freeze again? I
Yeah.
think so.
We're asking
Okay.
the question. What is weed metal?
What?
What is weed metal?
That's kind of a new thing. That there's a couple of bands that pretty much like everything that every fucking lyric has something to do with marijuana. That's kind of like a slang terminology. But there's quite a few bands that are like that now. There's an older one that they are I guess they did a ploy off of Cannibal Corpse, and they call themselves Cannabis Corpse.
And they're kind of awesome. Just my opinion, of course.
So that's fun. I think y'all froze again because I don't hear anything again.
I don't know what it is.
I honestly think that it's Scoops' internet.
Yeah, because
Probably.
the rest of us are okay. But so you were saying Cannabis Corpse.
Yeah.
They're pretty awesome. I like them.
Yeah, they're good. I like them a lot. I've listened to them for quite a long time.
Well, Scoops, we've got about a quarter of an hour before we are due to see the Dust Bowl fairies come on in, after which we will be dancing the night away. DJ Osno will return, and we will dance like fools, at least I will. Ordinarily, I'd ask what appearances you have coming up, but I guess...
Yeah, none. I do have a show tonight. I have the Friday Fuckery show at 8:00 Central Time, in which I will be hanging out and interviewing Vias for Villains.
What?
So they will be with me tonight from 8 to 9 on the Friday Fuckery show.
Oh, wow. Can I ask you, as a shameless shill, to ask them to promote their next interview?
What did he say? He just totally froze on me.
Let me try you. I'm going to try going in. Can I ask you to ask them to promote their upcoming interview on this show tomorrow?
Sweet.
Yeah, just like yell at them to promote our interviewing them tomorrow, because I believe Vias for Villains is coming on tomorrow at 3:15 for an interview. 3:15 Eastern Standard.
Absolutely. I'll put it out.
So tell us some more about Hellfire Radio, Scoops.
Hellfire Radio, we are coming up on our 1-year anniversary in about 10 days. We started it. It actually was kind of a weird story. Another big band, their percussionist, was a fan of ours and started talking to us and told us, you really shouldn't be working for radio stations. You should own your own. We thought about it. And we were actually on tour, and we were heading from West Virginia to Utah. Talked about it all the way there. By the time we left Utah, we decided to go ahead and do it. When at first, it was nothing but music. But then we realized that there's really no major media platform for alternative lifestyles of everything. So we decided to turn Hellfire Radio into more of a media outlet other than just a radio station. So now we cover everything from horror films, fandom, comic books. We got a fucking sex show, marijuana culture, beer, and we cover lots of genres of different music other than heavy metal. We do heavy metal, hard rock, rap, hip hop, and horrorcore. So we do all that. We have shows on Hellfire that range from music-based, horror reviews, paranormal. We just signed a contract with a promotional wrestling company down in Savannah, Georgia called Coastal Empire Wrestling, who are now partnered with Hellfire Radio. So now we have wrestling podcasts, and as soon as they start, once the show is done, they can actually start doing their wrestling promotions. All of their wrestling promotions will be aired on Hellfire Radio as well. So there's a lot of stuff that's coming out within the next year.
That sounds huge. That sounds great.
That sounds awesome.
Yes. So our next appearance, we do, as long as it doesn't get canceled, we do have an appearance in mid-September. I think it's oh Lord, I cannot remember the dates. There's a 4-day festival in Cave-in Rock, Illinois called the Full Terror Assault Open Air Festival in Cave-in Rock, Illinois. I know some of the headliners are Guar, Exodus, MOD. I think Municipal Waste is playing, but it's a 4-day festival. Hellfire Radio will be there.
Guar still at it?
As long as it doesn't get shut down.
So Guar's still out there?
What'd you say, Chelsea?
Guar's still out there doing stuff?
Oh yeah, they're still touring. They're still doing stuff. So we'll be out there. I think we will be out there, and our station manager and assistant manager Diego Cruz will probably be out there with us. But there'll probably be about 4 or 5, maybe 6 Hellfire Radio employees DJs that'll be out there hanging out, taking pictures, signing autographs, slinging merch, doing giveaways, playing games. I have some horrible games lined up for people who want to test their will. Or if they want to win free stuff, they're going to have to work for it.
Testing people's will against their want of free stuff is pretty cruel.
Oh, I know. I'm fully aware of this. One of them has to do with a bottle of hot sauce and a bottle of tequila. You can only imagine what I'm going to make them do.
What are you drinking?
I am drinking a craft beer from Cigar City Brewing called High Ally. I think Al froze again. Or maybe I froze. I don't know.
Are you the frozen one?
Possibly. It's probably my internet that sucks. My computer sucks.
Many are cold, but few are frozen.
That's true.
I believe all of us are cold. A little bit frosty.
You're frosty. You're frosty or you want a frosty?
Stone cold frosty bitch.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I could change that with a bottle of tequila and some sativa. Give me 20 minutes.
That's a lot of tequila. Like a lot of tequila.
Yeah, but wait till you're done with that and smoke a sativa. You won't be no stone cold bitch anymore. You're going to be a party animal.
Guys, I'm going to need about 5 minutes to make sure that I've washed my hands properly. I've been just checking out.
No, you totally need to touch your eyeball.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah, it'll be a great time.
I think I will just wash my hands instead.
So, Scoops, you said you do horror reviews. Apart from, of course, Crown Motel 2, what's out there in the way of horror films that you recommend, and what's your pick for Hell No Don't Go?
Oh, that's a good one. Actually, I just checked out a brand new movie. It came out, I think, about 2 weeks ago on Shudder. If you don't have Shudder, it's definitely worth getting. It's a subscription company like Netflix, but it's just horror films only. They have their own exclusive movies, and one of the new movies is actually Blood Quantum. And it's basically about the zombie outbreak that happens, but it takes place on near an Indian reservation, and all the Native Americans, they're immune to the bite. So they can get bit, and they won't change, and they don't die. The whole backstory is amazing. They use absolutely no CGI. It's all practical effects, which was fucking amazing. It's probably one of the best zombie films I've seen since George Romero, honestly. So it's definitely worth checking out. Let me think. Something new that was terrible. Oh, God, there's a lot of those. There was a movie I watched the other day called The Doll, and it had that weirdo chick from she's Norwegian or something. She's from Norway. That she like went through like billions of dollars of plastic surgery to look like a Barbie doll.
Oh God!
But she's in it, and the storyline is fucking horrible. The acting is fucking horrendous, and half the time you don't even know what the fuck is going on because they really didn't get into any kind of storyline. It just kind of goes here, there, fucking everywhere else and makes absolutely no fucking sense.
So it's a bad acid trip.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. But it's called The Doll, and it is terrible. Do not waste your time. It's god awful.
Torture people you love and hate with it instead.
Yeah, it's horrible. It's horrible. It might be one of the worst horror movies I've ever seen. Yeah, definitely.
Oof.
Like, it was embarrassing horrible. Like, I was embarrassed for whoever the fuck created it. Like, I don't know what person would have watched this movie and been like, this is a great movie. I created a fucking masterpiece. No, you created a goddamn train wreck.
See, but the real question is it a Sharknado level train wreck? Which the answer
No.
seems to be no.
No. Sharknado train wreck is okay. Like, I could deal with low budget like that. I like stuff like that. I'll deal with Sharknado. There wasn't shit in this movie. Boring as hell, bland as hell, no jump scares, barely any blood. I mean, damn, there wasn't even any titties. There was no nudity. I'm like, you could have made it halfway decent if you would have at least showed a pair of titties. I mean, that's usually a savior. It'll save a low budget film a little bit. Yeah, there wasn't even that. It was just bland ass, fucking boring waste of damn near 2 hours of my life that I can never get back. Horrible.
I feel kind of ashamed for the people that made it, and I haven't even seen it yet.
Maybe. Yep, I froze.
Stop
There y'all
freezing.
are. I can't help it. I'm the ice cream clown. That's what happens. I froze again, I think.
You're moving okay for us.
Okay. I just heard you. Yeah, y'all keep coming in and out where I can hear you, can't hear you, can't hear you.
That
That's
honestly
weird.
means that my mic is optimized for once.
Oh. Gotcha. Like, I don't know. All I can hear is it sounds like somebody is mowing their lawn.
That's probably the air conditioning in my room. It's
Yep, that's all I can hear.
struggling with the humidity.
No, I can't hear anything. Yep, can't hear anything.
How is it now?
Oh, there we go. There's somebody.
I'm
Here's
here.
Chelsea.
Are you
That
hearing
was a
me
Chelsea.
Yeah, I can hear Chelsea.
now? Okay, I'm still here.
Yeah, I just heard Sabrina. Okay. Cool. I was like, what the hell? It's probably my shit computer. My computer is crap. I probably should have went live from the other computer, but I have it set up for the interview with the villains, and it's really hard to switch over.
Boo, inconvenient programming.
Actually, I might try to get in on my cell phone. That might help. Hold on. I'll be right back.
Have fun. Behold, Jeff's empty chair.
Either that or the invisibility potion worked, one or the other.
Yeah, but we can't hear him, so...
So what have you been doing that's interesting, Sabrina?
Working all the time. My day job has eaten my life.
No, you hate when that happens.
The money's good though. But working in quarantine with the public is definitely a bit nerve-wracking, to say the least.
I imagine it. Where are you guys at in terms of? Are you allowed to? How out of quarantine are you guys?
They opened the beaches and the state parks on the 15th, I believe, that they're starting to roll open like non-essential stores and daycares. And then I think the 22nd they're going to start trying to consider possibly opening barber and tattoo shops, but that seems shaky, especially with the spike that we're probably going to see within the next week.
I mean, I can see why tattoo shops are an essential service, of course, but
I definitely want to go get my ink touched up after all of this.
yeah, I mean, that's not even sarcasm. I'm a goth. I mean, I think tattoos are essential.
There's definitely a lot of local tattoo shops that I definitely need to like get out there and support.
And the other question is, do you have what's going on with the demonstrations where you are?
So I live in a very small rural town. There was like a small demonstration in town of like maybe 50 people. The city that I work in is Camden. If you remember Camden, probably like 10 years ago, it used to be Murder City, USA. But the protests have stayed peaceful. And things have been pretty quiet here, but Philly is god-awful.
Philly's god awful on a good day.
Philly is where you go if you want to get shot.
Pretty much. I mean, Philly's where conversations go like, is this the way to the bus station? I don't know. Nobody ever made it. Right?
The upside is that somebody decided to make a petition to change the Frank Rizzo mural to gritty, and I approve. We need more gritty murals.
There's actually a Frank Rizzo mural.
Yes. They
I'm
destroyed
old
the
enough-
statue and they tagged the mural, but there is a mural and it's on private property. So there's like this weird, like the mural project isn't gonna maintain it anymore, but the owner of the restaurant doesn't want to take it down because he doesn't want people to like be mad at him. And then apparently the proposed solution is to just change the face to gritty.
I remember Frank Rizzo. We used to. That was when they used to say Frank Rizzo's got the best police force money can buy, that sort of thing.
We have Jeff Terry's just about to join us. I'm going to just bring them into the stream.
That is excellent because Barbie just got here.
Walk by them like every once in a while.
Hello, darlings.
We got Dust Bowl Fairies! Yay!
Oh,
Hello. Hello.
did we lose Scoops? Or
the
has
Gilt
Scoops
and
already left?
Fanfare, creatures. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Oh,
Sabrina,
lovely.
did we lose Scoops there? Did Scoops already check out?
Scoops. Did Scoops
Sabrina,
check
can you hear
out?
me?
Scoops, are you there?
Sabrina, can you hear me? Can you hear anybody?
Scoops left.
These very wonderful, intelligent feminists reminded me that we're all in outer space right now, not just the astronauts. This is one of those outer space kind of nights, right?
It is. Andrew, let me just check in with our audience. Andrew, did the view freeze for a little bit?
Scoops was having hell's own time all along. He kept freezing and unfreezing, and he said his internet might give up the ghost, and maybe it did.
Ryder, do you want some more time to sound check before we bring you in?
I think that we are all set. If you can hear both instruments and both of our voices. Hi, John.
Hi, Ryder.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you just fine. Then we can
Great.
center on the Dust Bowl fairies.
We have our wonderful technical wizard, Mike, making everything work that he can make work, because he can't make everything work because we're in outer space.
That's a thing.
But we're happy to be here. We were thinking of starting with this song called Lady Black Mamba, because it's about some amazing women in Africa who are watching out for the black rhinos, an endangered species, and we are in a Black Lives Matter pandemic moment, just thinking about diversity and how important it is to stand up and speak out, and how important everyone is, and the Black lives in particular right now in this country. Our hearts go out to everything that's been happening, George Floyd and his family and community, and so we're dedicating this first song to the Black Lives Matter movement. It's called Lady Black Mamba, and we haven't played it in a very long time, but it is on our Dust Bowl Fairies Beloved Monster EP that's out there also in the outer space. So anybody in the outer space can find it, hopefully. Ready? Lady Black Mamba watches the flash, saves by corners from the greed of humans. Dire, dire, vanishing wild, ungulated creatures, horns so desired, more prized than gold or cocaine. Drugs we call medicine, mortal remains, grow whole black rhino, 10 million years old, vanishing wild, pink ones you'll be saved. Thank you. We thought that song would be good, not only because it's about the black rhinos in Africa and the women in Africa, African women who are trying to save them, but also because it ends with that sort of call to arms in the fight we will join you. And of course, again, our hearts go out to all of the families who and communities who have suffered from police brutality and racism in this time, and we certainly stand with the Black Lives Matter movement, and so that song goes out to all of those communities. So the next song we're going to do is called Demon Spell. We haven't played the ukulele in so long, have we?
I've
kind of
I've not
abandoned
played
it.
the ukulele as much as you have, but
We haven't been playing it with band very much. We've been like sticking with the accordion, but this seemed like a good time to play some of these songs that are a little bit moodier. This next one we also thought might be good for this time. It starts with a black cat. And so I'd like to encourage anyone listening out there in the outer space to picture the Black Panther. And this one also has, there's a lot of conflict in it, but it has a happy ending, looking toward change and a new future. So again, this is called The Demon Spell, and it is also on the Dustbowl Fairies Beloved Monster EP. Okay, here we go. Ready? the spell of the hour. He's cast tonight. The past is behind. The future's in sight. My demons warm and full of love. Your demons cold, a frozen hell. Our demons fell. Our demons fell. Our ship sails into the night. New leaves, let go of griefs. Black cat and me, the owl makes us three. Hoot, 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 hoot. Thank you. Thank you so much to the Dark Lord for inviting us to this special occasion.
You're very welcome.
The Gilt and Fanfare. We have a few more songs. The next one is called Ghosts of Love. And this song was actually originally written on the ukulele, and we've been playing it on the accordion. So we're playing it on the ukulele tonight, which is kind of fun. And our film fairy, Lisa M. Thomas, who is here with us somewhere, she has made an amazing video. It's an animation, and it goes with this song. And Bob Izano likes the show. Thank you, Bob. Good to hear from you. We love to hear from people. So if you've discovered a way to watch this, unfortunately it wasn't working on our Facebook page, but we would love to hear from you if you are out there watching. So anyway, Film Fairy, Lisa M. Thomas, an amazing animation. It's called Ghosts of Love. You can find it on YouTube. It's on the Dust Bowl Fairies website. It's on the Dust Bowl Fairies Facebook page. We really hope that you can watch it. It's so beautiful. Animal spirits together as cardboard bones. We find up alone beauty here in this empty town. I tried to leave, I could not go. The animal said, please stay. We had said we all go. The train rolled by, it did not stop. We rode back, the missing stop. I'm haunted by these ghosts of love. I'm haunted by these ghosts of love. Thank you very much. Will and Derek, thank you so much for watching in Long Beach. Actually, shout out to Will. He made this beautiful antler headdress for me. Thanks, Will. Okay, so now, speaking of the antler headdress, I have to get this ukulele up off my head without messing up the antlers. I practiced. Whoa. Did it work? It kind of worked. Yay.
Yay.
That's why we practice. So we've got a couple more accordion songs. And, oh, I didn't mention that the Ghost of Love video that we were telling you about, that Lisa Thomas made, it's a COVID memorial. It commemorates some of the first people who died of the virus, and also it talks about some of the backstory, animals, and other incidents. So it's very much worth watching in this time. I'm Ryder, by the way, and this is John B. Wooden, representing the Dust Bowl Fairies. The rest of the human band could not make it, but we do have Hazel, our animal spirit.
With this little owl guy.
And the owl. Someday we'll be together with the rest of the band. We hope.
Yes.
So the next song is called Dust Bowl Caravan. It's the first song that that we wrote in the quarantine, and so it just has a little bit of that quarantine flair to it, and ultimately just trying to cheer ourselves up and kind of make fun of ourselves in a way, because you know, here we are sitting around complaining, musicians, you know, can't do our shows and whatever, and that's the least of the problems of the world right now. So so that's the story behind this song. Hold on.
Testing.
how perfect you are. You always look good while we look so bizarre. It's annoying how perfect you are. It's annoying how perfect you are. It's annoying how perfect you are.
It's annoying how cheerful you are. You're always smiling while we're so dour. It's annoying how cheerful you are. It's annoying how cheerful you are. It's annoying how full of cheer you are.
You're always on time when we're late. You're good while we wear your lips straight. You wear It's really not fair how popular you are. You're always happy while we are depressed. You seem so calm, why are we stressed? You are so lucky, we must be cursed. You are so flawless, call us a hearse. Throw up your hands, throw out your keys. Jump in our caravan, enjoy the breeze. But pouring of light is wrong, life's a mess, and then you're gone. It's annoying how clever you are. So perpetually clever, a sinister star. It's annoying how clever you are. It's annoying how clever you are. It's annoying how clever you are. We're on the mend while you're on the make. Your diamond's real, our words are fake. You live in a castle, we live in a moat. You're always flush, why are we so broke?
It's alarming how charming you are. If this is a joke, it's gone too far. It's alarming how charming you are. It's alarming how charming you are. It's alarming how full of cheer you are and charm.
Why are you perfect? Why are we flawed? It's smoke and mirrors, what a mirage. Ring on the wizard, call on the witch. Give us a drink, we are in a stitch. Throw up your hands, throw out your keys. Jump in our caravan, enjoy the breeze. Perfection's boring, and what's right is wrong. Life's a mess, and then you're gone. Throw up your hands,
Throw up your hands,
throw out your keys.
throw out your keys.
Jump in our caravan,
Jump in our caravan,
enjoy the breeze.
enjoy the breeze.
Perfection's boring,
Perfection's boring.
what's right is wrong.
What's right is wrong.
Life is short,
Life is short,
and then you're gone.
and then you're gone. Throw out your hands,
throw out your keys.
jump in
Our caravan, enjoy the breeze. Perfection's boring, what's right is wrong. Life is beautiful, and then you're gone. Life is beautiful, and then you're gone. Life is beautiful, and then you're gone. Thank you. Oh, Floyd. Floyd, the song is not about you. Well, it's partly about us because, we say it's about other people who we compare ourselves to, and then we say perfection's boring. Who cares about all of that? You know,
Throw up your hands.
throw up your hands and jump in the caravan and enjoy life while you're here, because you never know.
Life is beautiful.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's messy, but beautiful. So it's about everyone. Okay, so, but thanks, Floyd. Thanks for listening. Okay, we have another brand new song. So you know how the last song said perfection's boring? That means, you know, it's fine to make mistakes. So this one, like I said, it's hot off the press. It's called the Pandemic Tango, and we'll see how it goes. But we do have the words here, unlike the last one, so just in case. Oops, hold on. Pandemic tango begins so slow, begins so quiet. The clock has stopped. The world is sleeping. The world is breathing. The breath is here, then disappears. Pandemic tango, it makes us gasp. It's hard to sing when wearing masks. Go wash your hands, don't get too close, and stop complaining on your Facebook post. Dictating go tra-la-la-lo, tra-la-la-loo, tra-la-la-lee, tra-la-la-lay. Here tomorrow, still here today.
Pandemic tango, we stay at home. If we go out, we do not roam. We start a garden, we grow our hair. Our beards are long, but we do not care.
Tarantella, the women dance, an exorcism, a plague romance, a spider bites, a fever breaks, a bat flies by, the vultures wait. 6 feet farther, 6 feet under, 6 weeks later, the skies are clearer. People hide themselves away. The animals come out to play. Pandemic tango begins so slow, begins so quiet, until the riots, ashes to ashes, we all fall down. If we won't survive, we sing along. Pandemic tango, tra-la-la-lo, tra-la-la-loo. Tra-la-la-lee,
Tra-la-la-lee,
tra-la-la-lay.
tra-la-la-lay.
Gone tomorrow, still here today. Oh, let's see, a little message. Okay, we want to thank everyone from Baltimore to New York City to New Jersey and the rest of the galaxy and beyond for watching. We just have one more song if there's time. Is there time?
We don't have
AJ
Miracle
Uncle is
Time Fairy
nodding.
to tell
I'm
us.
going to say that there is indeed time. You've got time.
There's time.
Thank you.
Okay. So in that case, we're going to do our sort of raucous song at the candy store, a song that my grandmother taught me. And of course, we have changed some lyrics around since those days, including tonight. There's a bit of brand new lyrical protest-oriented information for you to go out into the night with, and also to enjoy the rest of the weekend with, along with the Gilton Fanfare. Once there was a candy store, business was so bad. Asked my wife what to do, this is what she said. Takes a can of gasoline, spread it on the floor. Takes a match, makes scratch, no more candy store. Hey, takes a match, makes scratch, no more candy store. Hey, takes a match, makes scratch, no more candy store. Once there was a brothel, business was so bad. Asked the ladies what to do, this is what they said. Takes a can of gasoline, spread it on the floor. Takes a match, makes a scratch, brothel no more. Hey, takes a match, makes a scratch, brothel no more. Hey, takes a match, makes a scratch, brothel no more.
Once there was a jailhouse, conditions were bad. Asked the inmates what to do, and this is what they said. Ha ha! Takes a can of gasoline, spread it on the floor. Takes a match, makes a scratch. Jailhouse no more, it's that easy. Takes a match, makes a scratch. Jailhouse no more. Hey, it takes a match, makes a scratch.
Jailhouse no more. Once there was a government, conditions were bad. Ask the people what to do, this is what they said. Takes a can of gasoline, spread it on the floor. Takes a match, makes a scratch, madhouse no more. Hey, takes a match, makes a scratch, madhouse no more. Hey, takes a match, makes a scratch, madhouse no more.
1, 2, 3, hey!
match, mix scratch, jailhouse no more. Hey, take a match, mix scratch, grotto no more. Hey, take a match, mix scratch, no more candy store. Thanks so much. Anybody out there still listening, we would like to let you know that the Film Fairy will be filming a candy store video later this summer as soon as conditions are better. And so stay tuned for that, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you for being with us. Yay, huzzah.
You guys are wonderful, and I love your new one, the tango.
Oh,
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah,
Thank you very much.
we're breaking it in as of tonight.
Check them out at dustbowlfairies.com, everyone. Thank you guys for being
It's
with us.
Faeries, Old English
Yes.
spelling, of
Should
course.
be down at the bottom of the screen for most people. And I will thank you guys. I'm going to just bring in everybody for 1 second. There we go. DJ Osno's not in the stream. Thank you guys for coming out. Have a wonderful night.
Thanks, Dark
And,
Lord. Thank you, Chelsea from In Goth We Trust. Have a good night.
Good night. Good night.
Good night.
And I will quietly, let me see if I can make a smooth transition. This will gently remove you guys from the studio, but if you need to come back, you've still got, oh, they've already removed themselves from DJ Osno. Are you ready to come on? I'm going to try it into the stream and see if anything explodes.
All right. No, we're good. How's everybody doing?
I'm all right.
All right, good. How's your other? Yeah, it's good. I really like the they're the Dust Bowl Fairies. I like them.
I like them a lot.
Yeah, I like their music. Now, where are they from?
It's in New York.
New York. Okay, I thought they were like, somewhere far away. But I like their music though. It was really nice.
I'm gonna see what happens. I think this just stops my camera. Yep, that just stops my camera. DJ Osno, if you want to just have a picture of you and not show yourself DJing, I believe all you need to do is shut off your camera, and I will attempt to just have the background show up.
I mean, it's no problem. I mean, I can put the music up. I was just saying that. I mean, after a while, I mean, it's no problem. I'm gonna be focusing on the music, but unfortunately, all you see is my head. So it's not my laptop's not really at a place where you can see me actually doing anything. But it's okay.
Every DJ during the whole pandemic, most of them have just, sometimes you can see the equipment. Usually, you can just see the head. That's fine.
All right, no problem. Well, I'm ready. I'm just to let people know. Basically, this is going to be dedicated to the opening of a lot of the businesses and stuff right now throughout the valley, as well as the protesters that are going around across the nation, as well as just want to just basically just cheerful to everybody. This is dedicated to everybody as we get ready to move forward. Not knowing where we're going, but we'll know when we get there.
Amen to that.
Yes. All right. So I've got some great tunes I'm gonna be blending in, and so everybody just sit back and enjoy. I'll be here for about an hour. So if you have any questions, please feel free, put something on a private chat or give Jeff or Chelsea a call, and we'll see what we can do to get anything on there if you want something. All right.
Thank you. I may actually leave Robbie in charge, but I'll probably still be visiting the stream. So Chelsea, I'm going to keep your mic on. And DJ Osno, over to you. And
all right, here we go.
You are coming through, but very quietly so far.
All right, we'll bring it up.
I think it is safe to pump up the volume if you feel it.
Okay, there we go.
This may be the first time in my life I've ever told the DJ to pump the volume up.
All right. How's that? Louder?
Actually, I can't hear it at all now.
That's weird.
Yep. Now I can hear it.
Mm-hmm.
As the world adapts to new times, new ways of partying, new ways of trying to figure out how to get some bass up in here. Sounds good, Pete.
All right.
I think people may just have to put their volumes up a bit.
All right.
Oh, that worked. Chelsea, how's the volume coming through for you?
It's honestly, it's very faint.
Sandra says she's hearing DJ Osno, but not the music.
Listening to the disco tunes.
DJ Osno, are you coming in on your laptop with that sound?
Yes. Why, is your volume still low?
Volume is still very low.
Yeah.
The music that I can hear sounds great, but it is definitely faint.
Hold on, let me see.
On the other hand, this does keep people from seeing me dance, which is probably good for them.
I'm trying to see what I can do to bring the volume up. Okay, mine is at 100%. Hold on.
Yeah, it sounds like the mic is picking up the speakers and not the sound card. Oh, wow. He keeps teasing us, like the sound comes up and then it goes down again. Hey, that worked. That's beautiful. That's perfect.
The volume is up now?
It was for like a second, and then went straight back down again. Now it's up. That's good. Yes, that sounds great. DJ Osno, do you have the screen share option uh, on your setup over there?
What do you mean as far as the screenshot option?
Do you have options down at the bottom?
Yes. What are you looking for? The for yeah, as far as on Serato, because that's what I'm using, Serato.
Yeah, if you could try sharing that screen.
Okay. All right. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, I was thinking about. I was just talking to you and everything. Let me see if I can share the screen there real quick. Hold on 1 second. Let me get this up here real quick. Get back the music on. I'm trying to think how to share it.
There should be a share screen option. I haven't been on this desk for a little while.
Hmm. I'm looking for it. And I'm not seeing it. Let me see. Hold on a second.
If Robbie gets a chance to log in, if Robbie is able to log in, then I can check and see what the guest options are.
How's the sound coming through?
Still kind of choppy, oddly enough. But I'm going to bring in Robbie, I believe. It'll possibly kick me out. I'm going to just do a quick technical check. Robbie, did you come in? Did you log in using the link, or did you log into StreamYard.com? Well, if we can't pick up the music note, we could talk a little bit more. That wouldn't be a bad thing either. Oh, interesting. Apparently, I'm trying to let Rob take over the stream, and I'm not sure that I can let Robbie take over. Looks like Robbie might not be able to log in as me unless I leave.
You can't hear the music?
If it talks a little bit more, that wouldn't be a bad thing either. Oh, interesting, right? No, I can't quite get the music.
Yeah, for whatever reason, it's not coming through.
The music is not coming through?
It starts to come through like it just did then. It'll swell up a little bit, and then it goes down to where you can just barely hear the bass track, and that's it. Very faint.
Wow. Okay. Okay. I've tried everything on my side. Dang. Okay. All right, let me bring it down.
I understand how this works. Is there something that you can push that would take the volume off of your speakers in your house and send and make them transmit?
Well, I hold on one second. I thought I could try to bring it through. I thought I could plug into the system itself, the streaming. And when I put it in, it didn't go directly in. So I had basically bringing it through the laptop speakers and going through the microphone. So apparently it's not, either it's too powerful or what, because I'm not on mute. And that's all for the mic, cam, and I'm surprised that there's something that I just can't connect to it. Well, it's no problem. I mean, we tried. I mean, I guess this might be something that just has to be done live. You know, because my volume's all the way up on the lap, the speaker.
I don't understand it. There might be a compatibility issue. I don't know.
It's no problem. It's no problem. You know, we roll with the punches. We'll roll with it. Let me see if there's any, and then I see the audio. With the audio is coming straight through. So high definition, speaker, headphones, communication. Yes, it's. I mean, you can hear me clearly. You just saying the music didn't come through clearly.
Yes, your speaking is fine. You're coming through perfectly talking. It's the music.
It's the music. The music is not coming through. Yeah, I understand. This is interesting. Sorry about that.
I have no idea why this is happening.
All right. Let's see. See if I can. Yeah, because maybe it's going through a different signal. Trying to see if, I mean, because my master volume is all the way up on this side. And my thing is that even if I had the speaker, it would have probably came through distorted if I had a speaker in here. Trying to, you know, from a speaker point of view, going into the laptop microphone, it probably would have came through distorted. So
one of the things that, it looks like, you know, like I said, every time I do a new event, something new happens. Why don't we just like chat for like 20 minutes of the show?
Okay, that's no problem. We'll do. Okay. Yeah, just chat and everything, and because I apologize, everybody.
No.
So what were you going to play? What would that set of music have been?
Well, the music that I'm playing is basically as far as what I do is I try to have different genres. I kind of like time travel through music, so I'll bring anything up from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, early 2000s. I like to play like a lot of nostalgic music that people really enjoy, and it basically, makes people feel good. I try to get away from the normal con music because like it seems like everybody in the cons, they tend to play a lot of hypno or just really fast bass. But I'll play house, and I've played house, and a lot of people are like really happy about it because I've had families come to me when I've played like house music and things, and for some reason it affects a lot of kids who have autism. I found this out at a gamer con when I used to play it, and mothers used to always come up to me and say, "Oh my God, thank you. My child's never acted like that before." And I was like, "Well, let me find out that house music might be something that that can, get involved with people who have autism, because it seems like they had a real positive, with that bass coming through with the house music. It just, it just really affected them in a certain way, and a lot of parents like it. So I try.
For whatever reason, I think some of it has to do with the sudden success that Billy Porter's had with the show Pose. I think that's been part of it. But for whatever reason, house music, like the old school house that
old school, that's what I
came up with from the 80s and 90s, seems to be experiencing a revival.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I play. It's universal. I don't think it'll ever go out of style. And that's nothing against the other. Like I said, I go to a lot of cons, and a lot of times they stick to more of the
house music.
Huh?
Like the old school house that
old school. That's what I
with from the 80s and 90s.
I'm hearing an echo. I'm sorry. I just heard an echo. They tend to stick to the EDM. A lot of the fast pace, which is good. I just don't tend to stick to that genre because I see everybody and their mom do it. And when I come onto the scene and I play, I also play a lot of video game. There's a thing called a genre called it's called what is it called? Nerd pop, which is basically like people have taken video games and theme music and they've made music out of that. And a lot of people enjoy that, and I'll play that. I'll also play. I also play like a lot of old school 1970s, 1980s music. Nothing, basically stuff that people will enjoy. Just like when people come to a con or a festival, they want that sense of nostalgia, remembering simpler times. They bring their kids with them so they can experience it too. I like to bring the music in to assist with that, and it tends to work. When I first started it, a lot of people didn't get it because I used to tell them, put me in the marketplace, because a lot of people are like, well, you want to do the after party or you want to do the, this, and I say, you can do that, that's good, but I like to be in the marketplace, to be there all day, just to play, people coming in, because when you're in the marketplace and you hear music and you have that background sound and it's nice and everything, you tend to loosen up a little bit. People spend more money, as long as the music is not overwhelming, you do a lot with it. And so that's basically what I tend to do with it. I enjoy it.
And I like your mix. And last time I saw you, you did some really nice funky stuff seemed to be from the mid '70s that I really appreciated.
Yeah. The '70s was really a golden age of music. The '80s was more electronic, but they had some really good tunes. '90s was definitely a good year, good decade for music. Early 2000, I'll do it, but that's about where I stop. I really don't get into it. It matches my character. Like I say, I time travel through music, so I tend to go to different places, and people enjoy it. I mean, my steampunk character, he's a time traveler, so it kind of mixes in with it, and I kind of bring it to life. So as I'm time traveling, or when I'm promoting myself, saying, "Hey, DJ Osno's here. Let's go time travel." So I'll say I'm time traveling. I'll put music from, and I'll tell them what the song is, and people will be like, "Oh my gosh, I haven't heard that in years," and people will tune in because, like I said, they like that nostalgia. They like that sense of I remember when that old, and it's good. I mean, to me, that's what cons are. We sell nostalgia, if you want to say sell. I mean, but it's just a sense of people being in a comfortable space, remembering kinder times, even if in their mind it was kinder times, but when they were younger and they could do, if they had less worries. So that's what I try to do. All I do is try to be a component of that and assist in the comfort of the attendees.
And you do that very well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. But yeah, tonight I was just going to play a lot of happy music songs, house music, some of the more fun, festive songs, just to keep everybody uplifted and everything, and then just do that for about an hour. Nothing. I didn't want to do anything heavy. A lot of people are tired. It's through this pandemic, it's really exhausting. Not only mentally, physically, but also mentally. Just coming out of it, now people are able to get out. It's almost like people are kind of like just exhausted from just being in the house for like 2 months. Now they've got to get back into the swing of things, and it's so a lot of people are trying to get out here. So I'll probably tomorrow I'll probably go out and ask how some people, they'll go out with their guitars or their drums or bongos, and they'll go to a restaurant and say, hey, do you mind if I play? And I'll be like, okay. I'll do that here in Allentown. I'll do that with my speakers and stuff. Tomorrow we're having if it doesn't rain, they're having they've blocked off the main streets in downtown Allentown, and the restaurants are going to be putting outside seating. So I'm going to probably go to a restaurant or two and just set up a DJ, play some nice afternoon 70s, 80s, just to bring the crowd out. I enjoy doing it. I really do.
I'm actually curious, what's Allentown like these days?
Allentown we've got a lot of new buildings. They've got that NIZ where they're getting taxes from everyone in Pennsylvania. And so basically we rebuilt. I mean, you wouldn't even recognize it. We've got so many new buildings. The whole landscape has changed. They're just having trouble getting people here. That's all. It's just Allentown, unfortunately, has that stigma. Whereas Bethlehem will always be Christmas City. They have the casinos. Easton has the Bacon Fest, which brings in thousands of people. They have Crayola. They've got the river. They've got all that stuff at Easton. And unfortunately, Allentown's just still trying to find its persona, its identity. I think once they find the identity, they'll be able to do a lot better, right? But right now, they're just trying to do what they can to keep everything together. That's the way it is. But yeah, Allentown is still Allentown, trying to, just moving forward.
When I grew up, Allentown was like they had the Whitehall Mall. That was our nearest, decent sized mall.
Yeah. All these malls now are going extinct, unfortunately. Whitehall Mall, South Mall, Lehigh Valley Mall is going kind of strong, but they're like letting not anybody in, but at one time, Lehigh Valley Mall, you had to have like a corporate situation, but now they're like letting a lot of independent businesses in. The malls are no longer like, it's not about shop until you drop. Those days are over. Now it's more like just basically get in there and get out. Everybody's ordering everything online now, so that's how it is.
For some reason, our malls out here have all turned into medical facilities.
Oh, yeah, I know South Mall, where one of my clients, we were there for Lehigh Valley Itzicon for 4 years at South Mall. We used to keep that place packed. They just got a hospital client. That's what they had told me. One of the hospitals is buying a part of it to put like customer service or something in there. So at least it's being recycled. That's a good thing.
Yeah, I'm glad it's
Yeah.
Our local mall up here is going to be mostly a medical center. We'll still have the movie theater, and that's going to be what's left of the mall. And the rest is going to be all various medical practices, practice
Mm.
anatomy. What used to be the storefronts will be medical practices.
That's cool. That's real cool right there. So I
No, I
mean,
mean it's good because it gets us a clinic that we can go to and get.
right. Well, I mean, you all are in New Jersey, correct?
No, we're in upstate New York in the Catskill. Remember doing the black?
Oh! You actually live up in the Catskills.
Yeah, we're actually locals.
Oh, I didn't even realize. Okay, I
We
know.
hang around the black. We hang around the Blackthorn Resort when there's not a Jeff Mack event going on.
Oh, okay. Now I know. Okay, I got you. I'm excited about that too. I heard they didn't cancel the October event. I'm hoping they don't.
Well, yeah, I'm hoping that too. I'm hoping by October this thing will be, contained. I'm scared of that because
because I had a really good time. I had a really good time with that. And so I'm hoping that because I definitely want to. Actually, my daughter wanted to go. If they still do it, my daughter wants to come with me this year. I had such a good time last year. I think she'd have a good time too, because it was like tons of kids up there, and I love. I mean, how long have you known? Because I heard that place used to be packed, and I guess they said that like anything else, it has its ways.
well, before Jeff started doing events there, Rusty and I have been a couple of the characters in the haunted house up there since 2007.
Mm-hmm.
I was Dagobert the magician, and I'd do a psychic tarot card act in the seance room of the haunt. I'd pick the most scared looking person in the audience, bring them up to this little cloth and do a quick 3-card tarot reading for them, and then send them off to get scared again, or since it's a family place, sometimes instead of doing any kind of scare at all, I'd make everything low key and kind of funny, because mothers would be coming in with, the kids crying because they're all chainsaws and everything.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I was told that normally that place is packed. But I guess they said that now that there's like there's a lot of them around there now. A lot of haunted houses.
They're growing, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm well, I definitely, like I said, I hope that they definitely don't.
But there's a special because it's so old school,
Mm-hmm. Well, it was a beautiful location, and I really like the little the zoo out there. Well, not zoo, but the animals and everything. They had they had the little, I guess, chickens and rabbits and everything out there.
Peacock, the ghost that wanders around and comes up and says hi to you.
Yeah. And that's why when I said, you know what, my daughter, if they don't have it, I'm definitely going to bring my daughter up there. I think she would have a great time. And I liked how you all were doing the readings and the movies, and it just seemed like I had a real good time. And I didn't realize how close to Canada we had a lot of Canadians that were there. So Canada was very close to you all. I'm thinking that Canada is close.
Oh yeah, it is.
So was it like an hour away, 2 hours?
Hour and a half about.
All right, yeah. So I'm working on. I'm trying to get her to get her passport and get mine, but it's gonna be hard now because I know they're not doing passports anymore for a while unless it's an emergency. But once we're able to get those, I definitely want to.
I always have it on the Canadian border anyway, because we're like, you don't know what's going to happen,
That's true, but I mean, yeah. I mean, the thing is that I definitely would like to have. It used to be you could go over there with just your ID, but now I think when you get the real ID that they're having everybody get, I think with the real ID we might be able to go there. Once you get the real ID, I don't know if that's true or not, but I know that a lot of people are getting their passports. But now that they've halted the passports, there's no telling when we'll be able to.
It's almost ironic. Canada's not letting Americans in right now anyway because of the COVID situation.
Oh, that's right. So we're not even welcome to come over there. But can you see Niagara Falls from our side of the water, from our side of
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I was just wondering because I know she wanted to see it. At one time, years ago when I visited, one thing I noticed about Canada was it's so clean over there. I almost wanted to move over there. It's so clean, and they have like a lot of good festivals over there. I like.
Yeah, Rusty and I were there a few years ago for the Montreal Jazz Festival. I mean, we're getting way off the topic of anything, but it was just so cool. I mean, we saw a lot of really good jazz acts. Of course, for me, the best thing was we saw Dave Brubeck in what proved to be his last show before he died.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're familiar, Take Five.
Yeah.
He was 83 years old. They had to practically carry him to the piano, but he still did a 25-minute solo off of Take Five. So you're like, damn, he can, once he gets going, the old dude's still going,
Yeah, that's how it goes when you've been doing it for a lifetime, or at least, he did it as much as he did. I remember when Take Five first came out, and was it the 80s or the 90s?
Oh, wow, late 60s. Mid 60s, really. It's like 1964, 65 in there.
Take Five?
Yeah.
I must be thinking about a different group.
Oh,
okay. Because the Take Five I was thinking about, it's like an R&B group. They came out in the 80s. So it might have been maybe it was a different one, or maybe it was something different. Oh, well, but I'm glad you got to see him though. That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, I know the R&B group you're talking about now, Carol, but that's a different direction.
Yeah. I think that like I said, I definitely am looking forward to it for October. I'm really hoping that they don't cancel. Hey, Andrew J. McLeod. Thank you. Yeah, definitely. He just wrote, yes, bring your kids. It's a great time. We met you with my wife and 2 girls at Evo Expo. I do remember you, Andrew. Yep, I remember you and your beautiful family. Thanks for listening. I appreciate it. Yeah, I had such a great time. I'm wondering, and I was talking about the Evo Expo. This one is really good online. I'm hoping by next year we'll be able to get back to the live expos.
I'm hoping.
Yeah.
I have my doubts. I'm hoping so. I don't think they're ever going to get the really big shows. I hope I'm wrong.
You don't think they'll do the big shows anymore?
But I hope I'm wrong, because I think there are things that you can get at a hotel con that you cannot get as an online experience. It's the well, it depends on who you are and what you're doing.
Well, I think from what they were talking about, they're stating they're just waiting for a vaccine to be made. Whether you take it or not is not really the subject. The subject is just to have something so that if something does happen, they'll have some sort of, if you want to say, cure or something that can maybe be proactive, before, there's some kind of safeguard to say that they have it, and now everybody can go back out and do it, because there's no way, there's too much money that's going to be lost if they don't allow these huge events to happen. Like I said, when I was doing Lehigh Valley Itzicon, we never had less than 500 people, and there's really no way of doing any type of safe social, distancing. I mean, when you've got that many people in the room, no, we're not going to be crowded, but we can't be 6 feet apart either, So I'm not sure what kind of rules and regulations, but as far as we know here in Pennsylvania, they're saying that we're on yellow, but even when we get to green, we'll be able to go anywhere we want, but we still won't be able to have no more than 250 people in one place. So that's a small concert. There's never going to be any money with that, or event. I mean, unless you charge $10 an hour at 250. What's that? 25? Yeah, 2,500. Yeah.
One of my
one of my favorite ways of looking at what's going on is by um, an author that I read who says that, something like what you said, which is that whether or not one wants to count on the ingenuity of the human race or anything else, because studied anthropology and theater in school, run events, write books, not an epidemiologist, not a doctor. I like the point that he made, which was that there are too many people working very hard on this problem. I mean, we just launched another spaceship.
Yep, yep, you sure did. Yeah.
The human race is amazing at overcoming obstacles. I don't want to be optimistic and say, "Oh, I'm sure there'll be a solution," and I especially don't want to be, ignorant and say, "Oh, medicine always solves things," because we still got the common cold, for example. But this particular commentator that I listened to pointed out it's rare that we put this much time and energy and resources into solving a problem that is a huge societal problem and not see some sort of change, especially if it's a problem that has sort of defined limits like a virus, like the goal being getting fewer people sick.
Right.
The medical profession is in managing the idea of how to manage illness, increase human lifespan, decrease the likelihood that we will die from illnesses. We've been getting increasingly good at that over the past 1,000 years, and we've been getting a lot better at it over the last 50 years. Doesn't mean medicine's perfect, doesn't mean doctors are perfect, but I have a lot of faith in the possibility of what we're going to be able to do as a species.
Right. I agree with you 100%. That's why I said if they are putting this on the forefront, I do believe that we'll be at the big events sometime next year. I think 2020 is basically gone. 2021 will be the year they're going to probably allow us, as far as the creatives, to go back and do what we're used to doing. Until then, we just got to kind of adapt to what they say, do smaller events, online events, things that will keep us relevant, so that about time they do open the gates once again, we'll be ready. That's all it is. Right now, the game is just staying relevant. Like I said before, while we had 2 months of downtime, you better believe there were other people putting things together, and they're ready to launch. There's going to be more competition. There's a lot of people were not just sitting home doing nothing. There's a lot of things that have been built and ready to be launched right now, and that's why I was telling people, there's been a lot of people taking advantage of the time that they had.
Hey, I don't think 2020 is lost. I think we're right here and right now. Would I love to be in a place where it was safe, where there was no coronavirus and we could be doing this in person? Absolutely. I would love that. But 2020 is not lost until we give up on it,
Right. I got you. You're right. And I shouldn't have said that. You're right. 2020 is still here. Yeah, 2020 is definitely still here. And we still have time. It's only the summer. We still got we have summer. We're not even, are we summer yet? It hasn't been the first day of summer yet, has it?
I don't think so.
Yeah, we're still spring, technically.
I should probably know when the summer solstice is, but darned if I actually do.
June 21st.
June 21st. Okay, so we still have 15 days to go. So we're still at the springtime. So we've got a lot of time, and anything can happen. I'm just, really telling people just to start honing your skills and start, this is the time to be networking, talking to different people, trying to get whatever you need together. Because, like I said, once these gates start open full-fledged, it's gonna be a run. It's gonna be hectic. So, it's gonna be interesting.
It's gonna be everybody trying to do creative things all at once. I'm excited.
Yeah, because the creatives are the ones, in my opinion, it's going to be our time very soon, because a lot of the things that are more conservative / I guess the things that they thought were going to last forever didn't. A lot of industries are gone, and people will always want to be entertained. And like I was telling me and Rachel were talking about, I was talking about nostalgia. That's basically what we do. I mean, I remember at the Evil Expo, you had the people with the Muppets.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was awesome. I mean, that really, I think that took the cake with a lot of people. They, nostalgia, whether it's the Batman car or Ghostbusters or somebody dressed up like Spider-Man or Thor, nostalgia is a very powerful thing. People don't understand that. People will pay, good money just to, even though you can't go back in time, just to try to relive it, and they'll even pay extra so that their kids can experience it with them, So, I tell people all the time, what we do may not be quote unquote tangible as far as feeling or whatever, but it's that nostalgia that I don't want to say package, but it's what brings the people, because they just for a moment or a day or a couple of days, people just want to embrace it and grab it until, till they can't have it anymore.
Oddly enough, I was going to go in the other direction, because one of the things that I'm curious to see is I'm old, so I was around in 1968 when we had another moment similar to this when the cities were on fire. And for all the chaos that ensued between the riots of 1968 till the end of Watergate, that whole thing, look at the creativity that happened then and came out of then. That was when Marvin Gaye did his best work. There was so much amazing art and music. And
it's true. I always say that
the fire that we're going through now, what's going to come out of that crucible?
Right. That's what I tell people. Desperation always breeds in my ingenuity. That's what I've found. Desperation breeds ingenuity. I don't know why it's like that, but it seems like when people are either scared, nervous, terrified, whatever, something just comes out of them, and things are invented. And that's a good thing. And like I said, I'm excited to see what comes out of 2020. But that's why we have to continue to do things like we're doing now and have these conversations, even with this technology. You don't want to get left behind. So, it's cool how, Jeff, how you were saying, we may not know this technology 100%, but we'll definitely learn it.
Yes.
So that we'll be able to utilize it. I think that's what happens when, I definitely know people my age, and when we get in our 40s and 50s, 60s, 70s, we tend to be like, oh, we'll let the young people deal with that. No, this way this technology is, there's no reason why, you don't hang on to it. You know what I'm saying? It's not costing you anything, to get on here and to learn and figure out how to use it.
Keep going, figure out what's next. And, so it's about 9:30. And
okay. Well, hey, I appreciate you all once more allowing me to come on here. I'm going to definitely, stay on and listen to the next person. Who's coming on next?
Oh, no, it's actually, I was just going to say that this is actually when we scheduled to close down for tonight, because we got a big.
Well, it's definitely been nice. It's been nice. And like I said, I appreciate the conversation.
And I'd like to say that we met, of course, at the Blackthorn and had a chance to hang out, but I'm sorry that the music thing didn't work out, but it's been a real privilege to have this opportunity that we've had to have some serious discussion.
Well, this is what we do. This is what we do. We adapt. if we can't, we got to roll with the punches. That's how we do it. We got to roll with the punches. The show must go on. There's no such thing. You do or die. Yeah.
Exactly like what Shakespeare said. You got to roll with the punches and discover what's real.
Shakespeare said that? I didn't know that.
Like one of those two. Like I always get confused. I'm going to give a quick shout out to tomorrow. So tomorrow we will be starting up same place. You can find us on Facebook.com/Evil Expo. You'll have to click on the event link on top. Apparently, it doesn't just start streaming to the page the way it would if we were just doing a direct live stream. But find us there. or find us over on YouTube. Same YouTube channel, slightly different YouTube link. Just check the rest. Just check this channel for tomorrow's YouTube.
And us here, we'll still be using the StreamYard thing again, or?
Yes, and we'll be starting with afternoon tea with the Matt Harlett Tea Society at 2 p.m. till 2:45. Then we'll be interviewing V's for Villains, and Chelsea, I'm hoping you'll come by for the interview around 3:15.
Oh, I'll be there. If you'll send me the link for when the tea party time, so I can do what I did tonight, that would be perfect.
100%. And DJ Osmond, if you see anything on the schedule you want to just jump in on,
yeah, definitely. I'm you know what? It's at 2:45. I think because I think I met her at the was she at Evil Expo?
yes, I've not yet spoken to her. I haven't asked her if she'd like us to get more people during the tea party. I'll check in with her, but I'm certain that I know that there are a whole bunch of points tomorrow. Maybe the V for Villains interview. Maybe just I bet the dance party will be fun. And then Sunday, there's a lot people can jump in on. If people want to jump in, of course, chatting with Chelsea is a large part of Sunday, and Chelsea's got a number of guests.
And I'm definitely going to want you if you're available, Osno.
Okay. Just give me a time. Let me know. And
well, was it 5 o'clock? You said, Jeff, the IDIC one?
3:30 to 5 p.m.
3:30 tomorrow.
All right. Let me verify. See if I can get my daughter to come on because she'll be with me. So I'll see if I can get her on there.
So I'm trying to get people for one that's called IDIC, Infinite Diversity and Infinite Combinations, which of course is going to be a panel about diversity. But I got that phrase, of course, from the Vulcans.
Okay, I got you. Yeah.
Right. Remember that was Spock's thing, was the IDIC principle, infinite diversity and infinite combination.
I'd like to thank Sarah of Podling's Place, and I'll give her a full shout out tomorrow. I've got it here on my clipboard. But you can find her on Facebook at Podling's Place. That's where I got this amazing cloak that people will see more of tomorrow.
Nice.
DJ Osno, it's been a pleasure.
No, thank you all. It's been an honor and a pleasure to be with you all. Yes.
Audience, everyone, thank you. We love you all. Send us messages. You can find Chelsea on Facebook at In Goth We Trust or under Chelsea Goodwin. And DJ Osno, find him under DJ Osno or several other places. Or just message the page and we'll direct you to any of our performers. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for participating. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Have an evening.
Good night.
Good night.